Okay, morning, call our meeting to order, day 2, so we don't have to call the roll today, right? You ready to call roll? Okay, go ahead and call roll, that'll be fine.
Senator French.
Sure.
Senator Ide.
Here.
Senator McEwen.
Here.
Senator Pappas. Representative Bear.
Here.
Representative Byron.
Here.
Representative Locke.
Present.
Representative Northrup.
Here.
Representative Oakley.
Here.
Representative Storer.
Here.
Representative Strock.
Here.
Representative Zwanitzer. Co-Chairman Beitman. Chairman Harshman. Mr. Chairman, you have a quorum.
Okay, good morning. Welcome back. See, most folks are back for day 2. And today, a large focus on sales tax. And so with that, we have our LSO's Dean Temte is going to present. So, Mr. Temte, the floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chair, thank you very much. Again, my name is Dean Temte. I work in the Budget Fiscal Division of the Legislative Service Office, and I'm here to talk to you today, give you a comparison, both a national and a regional comparison of sales taxes. I believe you have this handout in front of you. It was distributed this morning. The front page looks like that. The sources of the information of this comparison that I'll be using will be Tax Foundation information. You'll recall from yesterday, Mr. Jared Walzak, he is also from the Tax Foundation. They put out a publication every year entitled Tax Foundation Facts and Figures 2024, How Does Your State Compare? Much of the information I'll be sharing with you comes from that particular report. And then there's another report, which is a comparison among the states of the taxation of services in states, which is actually done by the Federation of Tax Administrators. And this is from a sales taxation of services survey from 2017. I recognize 2017, that sounds like the data is somewhat dated. However, this is a pretty big comparison that they do, and it's a comparison they seem to do every 10 years. So the next one will be coming up in, my guess is 2027. Starting off on the next slide, the national comparison, 45 of 50 states have a statewide sales tax. The 5 that do not are Alaska, Delaware, Montana, New Hampshire, and Oregon. Those 5 states do not impose a state sales tax. Therefore, in the rankings, they all share a rank of number 46th. State sales taxes for the 45 states that do have a state sales tax, they range from 2.9% in the state of Colorado to 7.25% in the state of California. Colorado's rank is 45th with their rate of 2.9%. And California's rank is number 1 with their rate of 7.25%. Now, Wyoming fits in there. Our state sales tax rate is 4%, and we are ranked 40th, which almost sounds like there are, I guess you could say there are 9 states. It almost looks like there are 9 states that do better than we do, but honestly, the way the numbers are, Wyoming has the second lowest state sales tax for those states that have a state sales tax. Alabama, Georgia, Hawaii, and New York also have a state sales tax rate of 4%. So our rate is pretty low in comparison both to the United States and particularly in our region. Going on to the next page, this is a comparison of Wyoming with our surrounding states in North Dakota, you can go ahead and see the the state sales tax rates for Wyoming and all the surrounding states. As I mentioned, Wyoming's rank is 40th, which is actually, that turns out to be the third lowest among the surrounding states in North Dakota. And that is because Montana does not have a state sales tax and Colorado's tax rate is 2.9, but that makes Wyoming's the third lowest in the comparison of surrounding states in North Dakota. One interesting fact I found out is actually the state of South Dakota recently reduced their state sales tax by a little bit from 4.5% to 4.2%. And that's in effect from July 1, 2023 to June 30, 2027. Going on to the next page, we'll be talking about a national and regional comparison of states that also impose a local sales tax. There are actually 46 of the 50 states allow the imposition of a local sales tax. The 4 that do not have neither a state nor a local sales tax are Delaware, Montana, New Hampshire, and Oregon. Their combined rank is 47th. And just kind of an asterisk here on the state of Montana. Montana does not have a state sales tax, and the state of Montana also does not administer any local sales taxes. However, they permit local resort areas. They have the opportunity to impose a sales tax should that local area vote to do so. The combined weighted average sales taxes, both the combined sales and state and local sales tax rates, they range from 1.82% up to 9.56%. You can see that while Alaska does not have a state sales tax, they do allow the imposition of local sales taxes. So their combined rate is the lowest at rank number 46th. And actually, Louisiana's combined rate of 9.56 is the highest in the country. Wyoming's combined weighted average sales tax is 5.44%, which is ranked 44th. And in looking at the numbers, as I had mentioned, Alaska has the lowest rate. They are ranked 46th. Hawaii at 4.5% is actually ranked 45th. So one thing you could say about Wyoming is Wyoming has the lowest combined sales tax rate in the continental United States. Looking at the regional comparison of both state and local sales taxes on the following slide, you will see how they rank here. You can see that Wyoming has the lowest combined rate. Next, Montana, of course, they can say they have the lowest combined rate because they don't have a sales tax. But Wyoming is the lowest of the surrounding states for those states that actually have state and local sales taxes. Going on to the next slide, we're talking about there's more to sales tax than just the rate you charge, but the other key factor is the tax base that sales tax rate applies to. And I found there's a comparison that the Tax Foundation does. It's a comparison called sales tax breadth. And that particular ranking is trying to compare states, come up with a ratio for each state of how broad each state's sales tax is. In the facts and figures, the actual note in there indicates breadth represents the share of the state's economy as measured by state personal income included in the sales tax base. And actually, that quote comes from a fact sheet which was actually written by the presenter yesterday, Mr. Jared Walzak. He actually prepared a fact sheet for the Tax Foundation talking about sales tax breadth, going into the calculations and what that actually means. If the committee would like me to share that particular publication with you, I can send that to you. In going on, in fiscal year 2022, state sales tax breadth expressed as a percentage ranged from a high of 119% for the state of Hawaii to a low of 24% for the state of Massachusetts. And actually, Wyoming sales tax breadth for fiscal year 22 had a percentage of 57%, which was actually the fourth highest in America. I guess that was one thing I did not realize before I prepared this presentation is Wyoming, according to this metric, has one of the broader sales taxes in the country. And just expounding a little bit more upon the fact sheet that was authored by Mr. Walzak. And I think he probably brought this up yesterday as far as what a sales tax should look like. And the quote from this particular publication indicates an ideal sales tax is imposed on all final consumption, both goods and services, but excludes intermediate transactions to avoid tax pyramiding. And you might wonder how Hawaii can have a percent over 100%. And the way that can actually happen is if they're taxing more than one part of the process, meaning you're seeing some double taxation within their sales tax base. Going on to the next slide, slide number 8. The information on this talks about a comparison of the sales tax breadth among the states. There are 7 states that actually have a sales tax breadth of 50% or more in fiscal year 22. And those are listed right there. Hawaii is the highest, followed by New Mexico. You see South Dakota is actually ranked number 3. And we will be talking a fair amount about the state of South Dakota and their sales tax base later today. Wyoming's sales tax breadth ratio was 57%, number 4, followed by Washington, Texas, and Mississippi. And as I had mentioned, there is quite a broad spectrum of how broad or narrow sales tax bases are in this country. There are 11 states that actually have a sales tax breadth of 30% or less. And those states are listed there, with Massachusetts being the lowest at 24%. California is the second lowest, also at 24%. I imagine it's 24, but just decimals a little bit higher than Massachusetts, ranked 44th. I found that interesting that while California has the highest state sales tax rate, they also apparently have one of the narrowest sales tax bases as well. So as I mentioned, Wyoming's sales tax breadth is the second highest in the comparison of surrounding states. It's just the only state that has a higher sales tax breadth than Wyoming among our surrounding states in North Dakota is the state of South Dakota. And I have to think that part of the thing that contributes to that is South Dakota taxes quite a bit of services. The next slide, going to be talking about one of the, actually the items that is not included in the Wyoming sales tax base, and that is actually since 2006, which would have gone into effect in fiscal year 2007. Wyoming has had a sales tax exemption on food for domestic home consumption. That was actually initially passed in the 2006 budget bill. It was the final Section 300 within that budget. And then it was actually made officially part of state statute the following year in 2007. And as sales tax, there's been a sales tax exemption on food in Wyoming since that point in time. And as that first bullet says, of the 45 states that impose a state sales tax, 33, including the state of Wyoming, have a sales tax exemption on food. There are other groups of states. There are 5 states that actually impose the full sales tax rate. In other words, food is completely in their state sales tax base. In Hawaii, Idaho, Mississippi, Oklahoma, and South Dakota. And actually, there are 7 states that impose a reduced sales tax rate on food, and those are listed right there. Alabama, Arkansas, Illinois, Kansas, Missouri, Tennessee, and one of our neighboring states, Utah, it imposes a sales tax rate on food, but at a lower rate than their state rate. And as far as the regional comparison, as far as what it looks like regionally, Colorado, Nebraska, North Dakota, and Wyoming have a food tax exemption. Utah, as I mentioned, imposes a reduced sales tax rate on food, and Idaho and South Dakota include food in the sales tax rate base at the full rate. But again, finally, Montana, they do not impose a sales tax on food because they don't impose a state sales tax on anything. Going on to the slide number 10, this is where I'm beginning to talk about the comparison which was provided, the survey that was done by the Federation of Tax Administrators. They conducted a survey of states on sales taxation of 176 different services. And this survey was last updated in 2017. According to that survey, Wyoming taxes 66 different services currently. And I would have to think that one of the important services that Wyoming taxes is the repairs and improvements on tangible personal property. It is a big contributor to Wyoming's taxation of services. There are 2 states that tax only one service, that being Alaska and Oregon. There are 11 states following there that tax more than one service, but less than 30. And again, California, they only tax 21 services. And this, I think, correlates to their sales tax breadth ranking. Their sales tax breadth ranking is pretty low. And this corresponds to that because it shows that they don't tax very many services. The state of Colorado also does not tax very many services. And those 11 states are listed on slide 10 with the number of services that they actually tax. On the other end of the spectrum, there are 6 states that tax more than 100 services. And those are Delaware, Hawaii, New Mexico, South Dakota, Washington, and West Virginia. As you can see from the Federation of Tax Administrator survey, South Dakota taxes 152 different services, which is more than twice as many as Wyoming does. Okay, the following slide is just trying to show the regional comparison of this Federation of Tax Administrators data for the surrounding states and North Dakota. At the top of there, again, we're showing both the state and the combined state and local sales tax rates, and then some detail in regard to the number of services taxed by specific category in each one of those states. As I mentioned, there's only 19 services taxed in Colorado, 22 taxed in North Dakota, and towards the other end of the spectrum, you see 152 services taxed in South Dakota. You'll also notice that Nebraska taxes a fair number of services too, with a total of 81. And Wyoming, again, taxes 66 services, at least according to how that survey was responded to in 2017. And to slide 12, just to kind of summarize the high points. Again, Wyoming's state sales tax rate is among the lowest in the nation. The second lowest rate among the 50 states of those states that have a state sales tax. Wyoming's combined rate of 5.44% is the lowest in the continental US among states that have a state and local sales tax. Wyoming's state sales tax breadth, which again is the ratio of implicit sales tax base to state personal income, is the fourth highest in the US in fiscal year '22. Of the 45 states that impose a state sales tax, Wyoming is one of 33 states with a sales tax exemption on food. And finally, according to the Federation of Tax Administrators survey, Wyoming taxes 66 services, which is the third highest in the comparison to the surrounding states in North Dakota. And at this time, I would, if you have any questions, I will try to respond to those.
Questions? Members? Senator Ryan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Tempe, I noticed in here Alaska and Oregon only had one service that was taxed. What is that? That looked like kind of an anomaly in all of this. Thank you.
Mr. Tempe?
You know, I bet I have that data in my computer, and I can try to find out what that is and get back to you on that particular question. I probably should have looked those up since they only had one, but I had not looked up the specific service that they are taxing. So I will do that and get back to you.
Okay, very good. Representative Bear has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for being here, Mr. Tempe. When we look at the breadth of 57% for the state of Wyoming, I would assume that we're not including minerals, which obviously is collected on ad valorem and severance taxes. But if we looked at those two taxes, that ad valorem and that severance tax, and applied it as if it were a sales tax, because in some ways it can be looked at that way, what would that make our sales tax breadth look like?
Mr. Tempe?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, I think if you were trying to include severance and ad valorem taxes in a sales tax comparison, you'd be mixing apples and oranges a little bit. However, one thing I will say, I think Wyoming's industries contribute to its sales tax breadth, certainly. And I would imagine that this particular calculation does include the large purchases that are subject to sales tax that are made by our mineral industry. When a coal company buys a drag line, another example would be the development of wind farms. During the construction of a wind farm, the tangible personal property purchased in the construction of those wind farms is subject to Wyoming sales tax. So certainly, I think Wyoming industries are certainly contributing in a powerful way to making Wyoming sales tax breadth as high as it is.
Follow-up?
Okay, follow-up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll concede the apples and oranges because it is, I am asking for something that is not normally included in sales tax. But when we look at breadth, the definition of breadth here is that it's comparing it to your economy, the state's economy. So I guess to not confuse apples and oranges, if we removed that part of our economy, the minerals industries, would that make that 57% number different? Or was it not included?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, it is my understanding that those sales tax figures contributed by our industries are part of this calculation. That is my understanding anyway, and if you were to exclude those, it certainly would have an impact on that sales tax breadth calculation. I imagine it would really make our percentage much lower. Right now, it looks like one of the highest in the country. But if you were to exclude the contributions of sales tax from our oil and gas and coal industries and our construction industries, like in the construction of wind farms, I would assume that our sales tax breadth percentage would be much lower.
Okay, follow up?
Just for clarification, thank you, Mr. Chairman. The denominator here is the state's economy. So that's what we're dividing it by. So the state's economy, I would assume, would include our minerals industries, what they contribute to the state's economy. And then the breadth is determined by all of the sales tax that is applied to that economy. So if you removed the minerals industry from the denominator, it'd make the denominator smaller and it would make that percentage higher. So that's my question. When you calculate the 57%, does it include the minerals industry? And I'm not talking about the sales tax that they do contribute in those items that they purchase that it applies to, but I'm talking about that massive part of our industry that provides a massive part of our revenue to the state. If we exclude that, I would say that our sales tax breadth is extremely high because our economy is very much focused on those mineral industries. Would that be an accurate statement?
Mr. Tempe?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, I did do a little bit of looking as far as what makes up, it says it's based on state personal income. And state personal income statistics are actually published by the Federal Bureau of Economic Analysis. It says their statistics for each state show the combined personal incomes of the residents, including those whose work takes place beyond the state borders. The data includes income by industry and how much income comes from wages, proprietors' income, dividends, interest, rents, and governments. And I think they're trying to use personal income to largely grab, with sales tax largely being a consumption tax, it is trying to compare the sales tax to the combined personal incomes of the particular state. But as this particular definition indicates, the data does include income by industry. So those numbers are in there as well. So again, I would say the sales taxes collected by the state's industries as well as its contributions to personal income are part of this calculation.
Okay, any other questions? Mr. Co-Chair?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chimty, are there any states that impose a sales tax but not a use tax? Or are they all sales tax states impose a use tax?
Empty, and maybe just give a little sixth grade summary of sales and use tax for everybody before you answer that.
Mr. Chairman, Co-Chairman Beitman, I have to admit, I will give it my best shot, but we'll be looking over my right shoulder to phone a friend, Administrator Brett Fanning, for him to clarify. Sales tax is actually the tax applied to products actually sold in the state. It is my understanding that the use tax is the tax on items not necessarily sold in the state, but purchased elsewhere and used in the state. For an example, when you would go to the state of Montana and purchase something that is subject to sales tax, let's say you go up to South Dakota and buy a canoe, they're not going to charge you a state sales, they're not going to charge you a sales tax there. However, once you bring that into the state of Wyoming, the purchase of that canoe would be subject to the Wyoming state use tax because you are using that or consuming that good within the borders of the state of Wyoming. As far as your question on if there are states that have a sales tax but not a corresponding use tax, Mr. Chairman, I confess I did not look into that. I will have to look into that and see if I can find that answer and get back to you.
Further questions? And I think, how about, our rates are identical, sales and use. And so, and we're asking, and I think Department of Revenue will be up here as well. So that's an interesting question, and particularly if they're differing amounts. Okay, I had a quick question on just the amounts that are contributed to the sales tax pie. It seems like I recall like minerals is always about 10 to 15% of the total. Tourists are somewhere in there, out-of-state visitors, tourism, 10 to 15%. Are there some other thoughts? What's the largest contributor? It's the people, I suppose, the residents.
Oh,
I don't know if it's in a pie chart of some of that.
Mr. Chairman, I know that particular data is actually in Department of Revenue's reports. They have a report of sales taxes by major industry classification, and I can certainly take a look at that report. There is one that stands out as the largest, certainly, and I'm not remembering the name of that particular major industry. I'll have to look that one up and get back to you on that
That'll
one.
come out today.
I imagine Mr. Fanning may know that right off the top of his head.
Yeah, no, very good. Any other questions, members? Okay, well, thank you. Appreciate all your good work and your presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you. Okay. Department of, I think we're next on our next agenda item, so we're a little ahead of schedule. Department of Revenue, sales tax exemptions. Yeah.
We're in for it.
Okay. Morning. Mr. Fanning, go ahead, introduce yourself, and thanks for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, members of the committee. Brett Fanning. I'm the Excise Tax Administrator at the Wyoming Department of Revenue, and truly appreciate the opportunity to come up here, outline some of these exemptions that we have in our sales and use tax statutes. I think I can provide a little bit of context for some of the questions that have kind of been asked over the beginning of this morning, if you'd like me to start with those, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. Sure, that'd be great.
Okay, thank you. So the survey that the Federation of Tax Administrators did back in 2017, there were the two states, Alaska and Oregon, that had one service that they taxed. Those were leases. Okay, and it's also interesting to me too that those are the two states that don't have a sales tax. And so that's the part that the Department of Revenue and partnering with Mr. Tempe from LSO, we can track down that answer a little further. So, but it is leases. The state of Wyoming currently does charge sales tax on the leases of tangible personal property. So that was one aspect from my notes. Mr. Co-Chairman, related to sales tax and use tax, to my knowledge, pretty much every state that has a sales tax does have a corresponding use tax as well. Really pre-South Dakota and Wayfair, this was really a tax that was voluntarily reported. So you went to a surrounding state, you didn't pay the sales tax, you brought it into Wyoming, you owed a use tax on that. Now, the kind of quirk with it was that it's a voluntarily reported tax. So you had to be a good citizen, or not the right language per se, but you had to know that you had to charge yourself the tax and then report it to the Department of Revenue. So most states, if you have a use tax or a sales tax, you also have a use tax as well. So in Wyoming, and really after 2018, this really changed with the decision, this Supreme Court decision that said, hey, if you're an online marketplace, you meet certain economic thresholds, you have to license with the states. And then if you are a marketplace facilitator, so you're bringing together purchasers and sellers, you also have to license. So really a big transition in the past 5 years on the sales and use tax discussion. So.
Yeah, questions?
Just before you move on that point, Mr. Fanning, is there a way you can get us some data on the use tax? I'm assuming a lot of that's paid by industry, because equipment, major in Texas or whatever, but they put it for pipeline use. And I'm guessing that's going to be your primary contributor to use tax, other than us buying vehicles out of state, but we get dinged when we go register them. So could you look into that for us and give us a little breakdown of who really pays that use tax? And because that'd be interesting for me to see, and see how we're taxing our industries.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Coleman, yes, absolutely. So we do break out use tax on our distribution summaries. And then just my prior experience at the Department of Audit, here with the Department of Revenue, the vast majority of that is going to be paid by industry. Purchasing big pieces of equipment, bringing it here into Wyoming for use. It happens, but it is rare when a resident or a citizen would report use tax to the Department of Revenue. It certainly happens. There's no doubt, but the bulk of that is going to be paid by industry and other businesses as well.
Is there, Representative Bear has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you for being here, Mr. Fanning. You brought up the Wayfair case and how that's changed things. Did the Wayfair case actually bring in just every retail business out there? Because it seems to me that now, retail businesses that are not necessarily online businesses are collecting those sales tax for other states. Is that an accurate statement, or did it just apply to online sales?
Go ahead, Mr. Fanning.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, outstanding question. It's a twofold. It's a yes, no. The South Dakota Wayfair decision was primarily related to companies that were not in your state. And so you really think about large online retailers that are sending in your state and didn't have a requirement to collect tax. There are scenarios and there are situations where you have companies that are in regional proximity to you, but the nexus question, the physical connection to your state was different. So the answer to your question is it was primarily geared towards requiring companies outside your borders to license with you if they meet economic thresholds. That was the primary intent. Now, spurred by that decision, a lot of states across the country were able to get more folks licensed just because there was more awareness out there related to sales tax. So it's a two-part question, primarily related to online, but it did have some cascading effects where you had more businesses that were getting licensed with the states that maybe didn't even know they had a requirement to collect your tax.
Okay, go ahead, start your presentation. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So going to tag team with LSO on this one. I had a little bit of IT issues with this, so I'm going to have LSO help me navigate these slides. So main reason I'm here today, talk about sales and use tax exemptions here in the state of Wyoming. If you remember and you recall maybe last year, it was the first intermeeting up in Sheridan. We ran through this really quickly. It was kind of a crunch at the end of the legislative meeting and completely understood that. Some of these slides are certainly similar, but there are some new ones in there as well. Just again, as an information fact-finding mission right here. I received feedback from the last one. The Department of Revenue has no stance on these exemptions, and I just wanted to clarify that up front. I'm just tasked with administering them, Director Henson and myself. So I'm not trying to pinpoint any folks who have an exemption. I just want to reiterate that. I may say it again later in the presentation, but that is not the Department of Revenue's intent here. Fact-finding mission. So. Kind of slide 2 right here. So what's not taxable in Wyoming? And I think it's important because Mr. Tempty at LSO did an outstanding job of kind of illustrating what's going on with sales tax here in the state of Wyoming. So you've got 2 different things here that make sales tax exempt or not taxable here in the state of Wyoming. So the first thing is it's just not taxable. What that means is it lacks an imposition statute. So, and we'll get into a variety of examples later on in the presentation, and I have some here on my slide as well. So things that are just not taxable. Sales of real property, so you buy a house, okay? We had a big property tax discussion yesterday. You rent a house, okay? So your apartment rent, not sales taxable, as long as you are not considered a transient guest, or it's more of a hotel stay. That's a little bit different. Then you've got labor or service to real property. You heard Mr. Tempty say, hey, any repair, alteration, or improvement of tangible personal property is sales taxable. Any labor or service to real property, not sales taxable. Okay, these are just examples of items that not taxable, not taxable. Labor or service to humans or live animals, no imposition statute. User fees. I have a slide later on where we talk about user fees. Generally, you're going to think of those as ski lift tickets and green fees, but there's a variety of other examples as well. Professional services, so accountants, tax preparers, engineers, doctors, lawyers, any of those kind of items, we just don't have an imposition statute for them. And then there's a lot of financial transactions that have no sales tax implications. That is completely different than my upcoming presentation, where I'm talking about exemptions. These are items in our statute where there is an imposition statute. It would be taxable, but the legislature, for a variety of reasons, has decided to exempt them. So it's a completely different dialogue here this morning where you got some things that Wyoming just doesn't tax, okay? Good or bad, okay? That's the legislature's decision. And then we have exemptions where they would be taxable, but for whatever reason, they are not. And we're gonna get into some of those. So, okay, moving on to the next slide. Okay, wanted to get into kind of the common sales tax exemptions that we have in our statute, and I look at pretty much every single day. You've basically got 3 main categories. So you've got an entity-based exemption, you've got a use-based exemption, and then you've got a product-based exemption. So let's talk about the entity-based exemptions first, and we have several of these in our statutes. So these are where the person or the entity who is actually buying that product has an exemption in our statutes. And the biggest ones that we have in our statute, and again, remember when I say biggest, it's just a language term there. Federal, okay? So if you sell anything to the federal government, okay, not sales taxable. Sell anything to the state of Wyoming and its political subdivisions, not sales taxable. And then we also have it if you sell to a religious or a charitable organization, don't charge sales tax on those. Okay, entity-based. You get an exemption because of the entity that you're representing or purchasing for. Okay, the next one, use-based. So these are exemptions where, depending upon what you are using that item for, you can get a sales tax exemption. Okay, so you've got agriculture has some exemptions, manufacturing has exemptions, resale has exemptions, certain types of medical supplies, interstate commerce vehicles, data centers. Okay, so with entity-based and use-based exemptions, you have to provide the vendor with an exemption certificate. Otherwise, they don't know that you're exempt, and there's an exemption there. That's also important to note because we do have some exemptions in our statutes where everyone gets them. Entity-based and use-based are something that I hear pretty much every single day because you can have a customer go into a store and another customer go into the store, they buy the exact same thing. One has to pay sales tax, one doesn't. And so that's important to note. It's just a conversation piece there. It's not right or wrong, but there could be something that somebody purchases that they get an exemption. I purchased the exact same thing, I don't, okay? Just depending upon what I'm using it for. The last type of exemption I'm going to talk about today, product-based. So these are exemptions that are pretty applicable to everyone. And so you don't have to provide the vendor with an exemption certificate. When they set up their system, they just check it as non-taxable. The primary one that members of the committee, members of the public are going to use every single day, non-prepared food, food for domestic home consumption. So you go to a grocery store, they don't charge you sales tax on it. The other one is sales tax on motor fuels. So I just traveled around the state for Memorial Day weekend and purchased a lot of fuel. There's no sales tax on that fuel. Okay, and we'll get into that exemption a little later on. School yearbooks. Oops, sorry.
I have a question, Mr. Fanning. Go ahead, Senator McEwen.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I wrestle with this all the time in the industry I work in. How do you define non-prepared foods? You throw a dart at a board? I mean, I got the obvious one, if it's in a hot case, but what if it's a deli salad meant to be eaten outside the store? Is that prepared or not prepared? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, Mr. Fanning?
Mr. Chairman, Senator McCown, yes, we do have a definition of it, and your industry is definitely in the thick of it when you have to consider what is considered taxable food and what is not considered. It really gets into the weeds. And so if we could, maybe it's best that you and I could talk offline. A lot of the definitions that we use for prepared food and food for domestic home consumption are streamlined definitions. And you're right, if there is something in a heated state or there is something that's sold with utensils, those are sales taxable, even though they may not be in certain other industries or just depending upon what you're selling, how you're selling it, changes the sales taxability. Grocery stores are definitely navigating this on a daily basis because you have these kind of quasi items where, yes, they're meant to be eaten right away, but you take them outside the store, they're not sold with utensils. So I certainly would love to talk with you after this so we can navigate that. Okay.
Please continue.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Love the questions, keep them coming. So if you do have entity-based or use-based exemptions, you provide an exemption certificate to a vendor. The vendor takes that in good faith, that the purchaser knows that they have a valid exemption that they can claim. And so that's an important concept here in the state of Wyoming and in all streamlined states for sales tax, is that if you get an exemption certificate, your business is covered. Okay? So then the liability, if there is any questions on the validity of the exemption certificate, falls upon the purchaser to know that they have a valid exemption that could be taken in most cases. So exemption certificates, they don't expire. A lot of conversation on if that's good or bad. It's a streamlined practice, but exemption certificates generally don't expire as long as you continue to make the same purchases over and over again. Last point on slide 3. In our statutes, it's a little unique because you have some sales exemptions. So if you're selling something, you don't have to charge sales tax. And then you have some that are actually purchases. So you have an exemption for the customer if you're a purchaser. That can be a little hard to navigate, and I'm going to point out some of these when we get into some of these exemptions. But in a transaction, you've got two different parties. You've got a seller and you've got a customer. Some of these exemptions are geared towards the seller not having to charge sales tax. Some are geared towards the customer. They have to know they have an exemption available and then actually give you that exemption certificate. Okay, next slide.
I have a question, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I thought this might be a good time to ask this. Just a small issue. When it comes to these exemptions, in-kind transactions, I've always assumed that they, the exemptions either apply if there is one, or they don't apply, and a sales tax must be collected on an in-kind transaction. Is that an accurate assumption?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, so yes, in order for you to not charge sales tax on a taxable transaction, a vendor would need to provide an exemption certificate to you. It's the only way in the case of an audit or a department review that you would not be held liable for that sales tax. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on slide number 4, our exemption statutes for sales, and there are corresponding use tax statutes in the vast majority of the cases. Sales and use tax statutes are meant to mirror each other. They have the same rate, the same items are sales taxable. They're close for the most part, but there are a few differences here just over the years. So when I talk about a sales tax exemption, in general, for the vast majority of the cases, I'm also referencing a use tax one as well. Okay, first exemption I'm going to talk about. Sales in which the state of Wyoming is prohibited from taxing under the laws or constitutions of the United States. Okay, this is the one I was talking about, sales to the federal government. That's the primary one. There's also some exemptions that fall into this category related to tribal considerations, okay? So the United States Supreme Court has made some determinations at the tribal level. We have exemptions on the books that relate to federal government saying, hey, you can't tax those, okay? So that's the first statute in our books is you can't tax anything sales tax-wise that the federal government says you can't, okay? Alrighty, so the purpose of exempting sales and tangible personal property, which are also protected under federal law. Okay, so you've got interstate transportation of freight or passengers. So if you are moving items across state lines, okay, the federal government says you can't tax those. Okay, so the state of Wyoming follows that as well. Okay, moving on. Alrighty, still in what the state of Wyoming can't tax per federal law. So you've got the sales of railroad rolling stock, locomotives, truck, tractor trailers. So all of these big vehicles which are used in interstate commerce, there's a federal exemption there. Or let me back up. The state of Wyoming has a sales tax exemption because federal law says you can't tax those items. So if you're using them in interstate commerce, there's a sales tax exemption there. Down below in C, you also see leases as well. Same kind of premise here. So if you are using a vehicle that is used in interstate commerce, and it's one of those bigger vehicles, in general, you've got a sales tax exemption there here in the state of Wyoming. So moving on to slide 6. Okay, still in the protected class from the federal government, sales to a Wyoming Joint Apprenticeship or Training Program as approved by the United States Department of Labor. Okay, if you're going to sell anything to that entity, there is an exemption. And then the last one in this section, to comply with a Food Act of 2008, any food that's purchased with food stamps is also exempt as well. Okay, so now as I move on down this exemption list, the remaining exemptions are ones that the legislature has decided to exempt for a variety of reasons. And you kind of have these introductory lines in our statutes that hint at the reason of the why. So the ones I just talked about, all the federal ones, interstate commerce, food stamps, federal government says states you can't tax those. These ones below are where the state of Wyoming has chosen to exempt them. Okay, so in this first little section that we come into, sales and services and tangible personal property that are consumed in production. Okay, so we come in here, sales of tangible personal property. It's important to note too, and Mr. Tempe did a great job of explaining this. A lot of our Wyoming sales tax imposition statutes are related to tangible personal property. Okay, tangible personal property. If you're going to sell it, if you're going to do most things to it, it's going to be taxable. And you're going to see that in our exemption statutes as well. So sales of tangible personal property is someone in the business of manufacturing, processing, or compounding when that also becomes an ingredient of that item that you're manufacturing. So you can purchase a bunch of items. I don't want to say wholesale for resale because that's not the right language, but if it's going to go into a product, you can purchase those items without sales tax. Okay, it also expanded to include containers, labels, and shipping cases. Generally, the thought there is, well, you can't sell your product without putting that in a case or something to be able to ship it. So it also applies to chemicals and catalysts used in manufacturing processing when they're consumed or destroyed in the process. Okay, so this if you're going to build something, you're going to make something, a lot of things that go into making that you can purchase without sales tax. Okay, slide 7. Okay, continuing onward. So the sales of livestock, feeds for use in feeding livestock or poultry for marketing purposes, and seeds, roots, bulbs, small plants, and fertilizer are planted or applied to the ground of which they're going to be sold. Okay, so clearly this is an ag exemption in the agricultural industry where if you're going to purchase these items, they can be purchased without sales tax. I did have a gentleman call me last week, was talking about fertilizer. And I was outlining to him that, hey, you can purchase fertilizer without sales tax. He was a farmer, but if I go and buy that same exact fertilizer, I've got to pay sales tax because I'm not a farmer and I'm not going to do anything for marketing purposes in the ag industry. So definitely a distinction there where you could walk into the same store and two things could be purchased differently just based on how you're going to use it.
I have a question, Mr. Kocher.
Thank you, Mr. Fanning. Question on, it kind of relates to the pyramiding talk we had earlier about how things may pile on each other. So in Wyoming, if you're a guy that builds, say, like sheds and then sells them, so you're paying sales tax on the wood, the screws, the roofing material and all that. Then the consumer is also paying sales tax on that shed, correct? The finished product. So is that an example of how things get pyramided in the state of Wyoming? Because the inputs into making something are taxed, and then the final product's taxed as well. Do we have exemptions coming up that deal with this, or are we not exempting any of that?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, almost correct. Okay, so the answer is the person who's building the shed, they do have an exemption available. The wood, the screws, the glue, all of those items can be purchased without sales tax. And there is a wholesale for resale exemption in here. Then when you sell the shed to the end consumer, there's where the taxable transaction is. And it's actually a really good question because it was something that the Tax Foundation mentioned yesterday about the pyramiding of taxes. And I had an opportunity to discuss with them because I wanted to know what that meant as well. And what I had found out was that the pyramiding of taxes isn't necessarily on the wholesale for resale transactions. These ingredient, the wholesale for resale, it was on businesses that are having to pay tax on their tools, furniture, equipment. There are states that exempt those items. The state of Wyoming, outside of some certain exemptions, doesn't. So the pyramiding of taxes is not on the wholesale for resale items. Those can all be purchase exempt until I buy my shed. What I got from the Tax Foundation in my conversation with Mr. Walzak was that, okay, these businesses, they've got to pay sales tax on their tools and equipment, which in other states may be exempt. And so, and then there's a conversation we can have later today on, the breadth and the broadening of sales tax on what that discussion looks like.
And thank you, that's a good question. And so really think about, the shed that's built and sold from a lot, or the shed that's contracted, where a contractor comes to your house and puts it up. Same issue, same deal, right? I mean, he's not gonna pay tax on that, but we'll charge it in his bill to the homeowner.
Mr. Chairman, okay, we're getting into the weeds a little bit here, but certainly. So if you're gonna resell something, you can buy all the materials without sales tax, charge the end consumer. When you're building a shed or you're building a house or something that is to real property, the contractor pays all the sales tax on that, and then he gives you one bill. And that's how it is in statute. We don't license the vast majority of contractors, okay? But it does get a little complicated when you start talking about real versus tangible and vendors versus contractors.
But the sales tax is just paid one time.
Mr. Chairman, correct.
That's it.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you.
It is very clear in our statutes, for the vast majority of taxes, I'll point out one or two, that there is not the pyramiding of wholesale for resale on the end consumer.
Sure. Okay,
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The next exemption, intrastate transportation by a public utility or others of raw farm products to a processing or manufacturing plant. So we do have an imposition statute that says intrastate transportation is taxable, but if you are doing it for this purpose, there is an exemption there. Generally, it's to get your product to the next point in this manufacturing process or processing process. Last one on slide number 7, sales of power or fuel to a person engaged in the business of manufacturing, processing, or agriculture when the same is consumed in those items. So there is a power or fuel, a lot of folks call this electricity. So if you are someone in the manufacturing, processing, or ag industries, there is an electrical exemption for those items if you're going to use it in those industries.
does that electrical or the power exemption also, I mean, as I read this, I'm thinking manufacturing, ag, as it says. How about data centers?
Mr. Chairman, data centers are different. Data centers, they do pay sales tax on their electricity. They don't meet the definition of a manufacturer, not necessarily as a processor, in the sense that they're a data processor. There's a little distinction there in statute. We do get into our data centers, they do and are afforded an exemption here that is pretty far reaching, but one of the items that they certainly pay sales tax on is their electrical usage. You're welcome, Mr. Chairman. Moving on to slide 8. This is one where, and you will see, I've kind of updated it. This is an exemption that had updated language based on House Bill 197. And going back into the history a year, so about this time, this Joint Revenue Committee had drafted a bill for House Bill 22. There was a tax in that proposal when it was just a sales tax revision bill. It died, came back as House Bill 197. This language was consistent in both of those, so there was no change to this specific one. Back in our discussions, I had asked this committee, sales or power or fuel to a person engaged in the transportation business when the same is consumed directly in generating motive power for actual transportation purposes. And when I asked the question, a lot of folks around the state, what does that mean? And so I had asked this committee saying, well, we What does that mean? And we had generally administered it for railroads and pipelines. And based on the vote of the legislature, it appeared that was the way the legislature wanted us to administer this exemption. So you can see, added the new language in there. So if you are a railroad or pipeline and moving things across the state, you can purchase that power without sales tax. Next one, Mr. Chairman, so this is, and Mr. Co-Chairman, wholesale for resale exemption. This is the exemption that almost every single vendor, and I say almost every single vendor is going to use. So if you have something sitting on your shelf in a retail store, or you have something that is used in your services being provided to someone, you can purchase that without sales tax. And so this is where, in a couple different exemptions, the state of Wyoming has tried to prevent that pyramiding of sales tax. This is one. Almost every single business, especially if you're a vendor, is going to use the wholesale for resale exemption. If you go into any retail store here in this beautiful city or around the state, if there is something sitting on a shelf, it was purchased wholesale for resale because it is going to be taxed to the end consumer unless there's some other exemption available. So hopefully that clarifies that question. G, the last one on slide 8, sales of fuel for use as boiler fuel in the production of electricity. So if you are going to purchase fuel, it's used in a boiler, it's going to make electricity, there is an exemption available for you. Going on to slide 9. J, the cost of food or meals furnished by a food establishment licensed under our health statutes without charge to an employee for consumption on the premises is not taxable to either the establishment or the employee. I remember when this one was different. Generally what happens, so you're working at a restaurant, and as part of being a good boss or service to your employees, you say, hey, go make yourself a sandwich or go make yourself a pizza or whatever that was. At one time, this was taxable to the business because it would be technically in our statutes an untaxed removal from inventory. And again, we start talking about sales and use tax here. If you take it out of your inventory, you can no longer claim that wholesale for resale exemption. And I remember that when this was different. It's been clarified now. So now if you give an employee a free meal, it's not taxable to the business, and it's also not taxable to the employee. And again, it was free of charge, but the double there doesn't hurt anybody, I don't think. So, okay, so that kind of outlines that question or that section of exemptions. So moving on to the next, for the purpose of exempting sales or service of tangible personal property sold to the government, charitable or nonprofit organizations, irrigation districts, weed and pest districts. The following are exempt. Any sales to the state of Wyoming or its political subdivisions. Okay, not a sales tax there. And I think a lot of folks understand, well, should we charge the state of Wyoming tax and then redistribute it out? I think that's kind of the thought there as well. Okay, moving on, sales made to religious or charitable organizations, including nonprofits providing meals or services to senior citizens, or charitable or senior citizen functions, or the sales of meals to senior citizens, guests of senior centers, and that's the exemption there. So you've got, if you're making a sale to a religious, charitable organization, senior center, there is an exemption there that's available. Okay. Moving on to slide 10. Okay, C, occasional sales made by religious or charitable organizations for fundraising purposes for the conduct of regular religious or charitable functions and activities and not in the course of any regular business. This is one of the exemptions that is actually a sales exemption. There are a lot more purchase exemption, but this is a sales one. In normal cases, if you are not considered an occasional sale or making occasional sales, you would have to charge sales tax. Even if you're the government, even if you're a charitable or religious organization, if you're making sales, but there's an exemption here. If you're doing it for fundraising purposes and it's not a regular business. And so we have worked in our rules and really based on House Bill 197, one of the intents of that bill was not to make lemonade stands and garage sales have to collect their Wyoming sales tax. So we have worked in our rules to try and clarify this for everyone. So if you're not doing it as part of your regular business activity, and especially here with this exemption, if it's an occasional sale made by a church or a nonprofit, you don't have to collect sales tax. Okay. Next one, sales to a joint powers board organized under our Wyoming statutes. Yes, sir.
Sorry, before you move on, the question has popped in my head. So are nonprofits considered charitable organizations under the law?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, it's more in depth than a yes or no. If you are a nonprofit or a charitable organization and you do want to claim an exemption, there are certain 501s that we need to verify. Some certain 501 class organizations are not eligible for a sales tax exemption. If you're a 501c3, you get a sales tax exemption. But any of the other 501cs, we do some due diligence to make sure we verify that you're able to take this exemption.
Perfect, thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And then sales to a joint powers board organized under our Wyoming statutes. Okay. Again, those are political subdivisions, state of Wyoming, governments, religious, charitable organizations. The last one on page 10E, the sales price of admission and users fees to a county or municipal-owned recreation facility such as swimming pools, athletic facilities, and rec centers. This is also one that was updated per House Bill 197. Again, going back into the history books a year, I had asked this committee, I'd said, hey, you have an exemption on the books for user fees, but we don't tax user fees. Was the intent there to tax user fees or to take this out of the exemption? Everyone's like, no, it is definitely not to tax green fees and ski lift tickets. It was to clarify the exemption. And so the Department of Revenue and the taxpayers and the vendors around the state of Wyoming really appreciate that clarification because it really nails down what this exemption was meant to be. And it's the sales price of admission to these types of items. So, okay. Slide 11. Labor or service charges, including the transportation travel, for the repair, alteration, or improvement of real property or tangible personal property owned or incorporated under projects for the state of Wyoming. Okay, again, this is another one where if you're working for the state of Wyoming, first, if you are selling to the state of Wyoming, there's no sales tax. But then if you are doing work to the state of, for the state of Wyoming, there's no sales tax on those items. G&H, very similar in nature. So if a vendor is going to sell to an irrigation district or a weed and pest district underneath our statutes, those are also sales tax exempt as well. J, the intrastate transportation of persons, services by a government, charitable, or nonprofit. So again, there's kind of this trend, as you can see, especially in this section, where if you are really doing anything for the state of Wyoming, political subdivisions, religious, charities, nonprofits, there really are a bunch, or there are numerous exemptions in here for those types of businesses. On slide 12, getting into the next subsection here, for the purposes of exemption sales and services and tangible personal property, which are already taxed, the following are exempt. Sales of transportable homes after the tax has already been paid. Transportable homes are very interesting because they're one of the few things that the streamlined sales tax agreement says you can tax at a different rate. The state of Wyoming taxes them at 70% of the price, and they tax them once. Okay, after that, mobile homes, transportable homes, the tax has been paid, it's done. That's an exemption in our statutes. Okay, then moving on, next one, sales of gasoline or gasohol that's used on the highway. Okay, this is an exemption that a lot of people don't necessarily think about. So when I was traveling around the state for Memorial Day, there is fuel tax in the gallons of gas that I'm paying, but there is no sales tax. Okay, it's an important thing to consider. There's no sales tax on gasoline or clear diesel if it is used on the road. Tobacco is one that does not have the same exemption. So if you were to go to the store, buy a pack of cigarettes or a can of chew, there's going to be tobacco tax in there, but there's also going to be sales tax on top of it. Now, the question I get a lot is, well, is this double taxation? Okay, the general consensus here is that it's two separate taxes. But for motor vehicles, your gasoline, clear diesel, anything used on the highway, this is different. The state of Wyoming says this is not sales taxable. There are some states, I know of at least one, that charges sales tax on fuel at the pump. Not very many, but there are some, because you could just imagine the fiscal impact of this exemption either way. And so it's just a thought there, gasoline, clear diesel, not sales taxable. Yeah.
The question was, I understood that your mobile homes are under personal property. They're taxed that way, but you just said they aren't taxed again.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Representative Strzok, great awareness there. So for sales tax purposes, they are not taxed anymore. So for property tax purposes, it's a whole different conversation. In our sales tax statutes there, though, only taxed once. Okay, property tax would be a different taxation and for a different discussion there. Okay, yeah, thank you. And
Question.
Can you give me an example on something that gets charged sales tax more than once? I'm racking my brain and I can't think of anything. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator, it's a great question. I struggle to find that as well. In general, the state of Wyoming does have exemptions wholesale for resale. One that does come to mind is motor vehicles. Okay, so if you've paid sales tax on it and then the motor vehicle is sold again and again, that is an example of where sales tax on motor vehicles is charged on the same piece of property. I'm sure there are other examples in our statutes, but that's one that does come to mind. Okay.
Question, Representative Zwanitzer.
Thanks. When it comes to fuel tax, you keep saying on the highway, but if you're using that for agricultural purposes, it's also decreased. And if you're using it for motor boats, could you clarify when you would be paying a sales tax on fuel when not on the highway and or on the water, give me any idea of when else you would be paying a sales tax on fuel.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, Representative Zwanitzer, yes, absolutely. And I was intentionally saying gasoline and clear diesel. Okay, so there is a sales taxable fuel called dyed diesel. And a lot of the folks on the committee and in the room will be familiar with it. So if you are not using the fuel on a highway, yes, it is sales taxable in our statutes. So boats are a good example, generators in a field are a good example. I generally stay away from the agricultural industry for this particular question because there are exemptions for power and fuel in the ag industry. But a lot of equipment in the oil fields, there would be sales tax on dyed diesel and fuel used in those operations. when a fuel is sales taxable, but it's not fuel taxable, they still pay a penny per gallon lust fee on that, okay, penny per gallon. But then it is actually sales taxable, which is a sales tax on the price. So you've got two different options here that you've got to consider. And depending upon the price of fuel, you will see where certain folks take advantage of those pricing differences and use the fuel appropriately. Now, if you do pay sales tax on clear diesel, but it's used off-road, we do have mechanisms in statute to make sure you get that tax dollar back. You're gonna pay a sales tax, but you can get your fuel tax back. So hopefully that answered your question.
Did I just get demoted? Thank you, Mr. Chairman. What would stop somebody? I mean, I don't know how you enforce this. I'm driving down the highway and I pull off into a gas station and I fill my boat up at the gas station. Then it's not taxed, right?
Mr. Chairman, Senator McEwen, the answer is yes. So you don't pay any sales tax on that fuel. If you do fill up your boat and you've done it at a pump, there are some mechanisms in our statute to get you paying the right amount of tax. It is hard to enforce. The discussions going back years, it's also hard to enforce dyed diesel used on the highway. Okay, that's also the flip side of that question, right? It is intentionally dyed to make it so you're not supposed to use it on the road. But that question, it absolutely, it's hard to enforce. It does go both ways in that instance. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The last one on slide 12 are gratuities or tips, which are offered to tips employees are exempt from the tax whether whether it's voluntarily given to the customer or mandatory and separately invoiced by the seller. This is also exemption, I remember it was different, where generally voluntary tips have always been non-taxable. So, ate at a great restaurant last night, the server did very well, I'm gonna tip him or her some extra money. Generally not sales taxable. You'll see it on the invoice, parties of 6 or more, you're gonna get the mandatory 20, 50%, depending on where you are. At one time, depending on how that works, that was taxable. Now it's pretty clear in statute that those are different. And there are specific situations, there are differences, there are nuances in the language, but generally, gratuities are not sales taxable in Wyoming. Okay, moving on to slide 13. Now we get into the next kind of subsection here, sales and services and tangible personal property, which are essential human goods and services following are exempt. Intrastate transportation by a public utility or others of sick, injured, or deceased persons by ambulances or hearse. I think that one's self-explanatory. And so the next one, this one's a little more in depth. While it's pretty intuitive, I am going to walk through it a little bit. So sales of tangible personal property sold under prescription. Okay, that's one of the main points to consider with this exemption. So if you purchase something under a prescription, generally no sales tax there. Drugs for human relief, except for over-the-counter drugs. Okay, so if I get a prescription for a certain type of medication, but then I want to go get some Aleve or some NyQuil or Dayquil or whatever it is, over-the-counter medicines are still sales taxable. Okay, then I've got insulin for human relief and any syringe or needle or device necessary to administer it, oxygen for medical use, blood plasma, prosthetic devices, hearing aids, eyeglasses. Remember, these are all under prescription, still all under prescription. Mobility enhancing equipment. Okay, we've got still prescription there. Get a lot of questions on, okay, I've purchased a knee brace. I went to the local sporting goods store. Is that exempt? Did you purchase under prescription? Those are the questions we have. durable medical equipment or any other assistive device. And then it goes in to explain what assistive device is. So in general, again, if it's for essential human goods and services, there's an exemption for things that are purchased under prescription. Okay, slide 14. Alrighty, next one, sales of non-capitalized equipment and disposable supplies which are used in the direct medical care of a patient, but it doesn't include capitalized equipment or office supplies in the normal course of business. So this is where you go to the doctor's office, they put on the latex gloves or the mat that is on the chair that you sit on and they throw it away after you leave. Disposable medical supplies, those industries and those clinics can purchase it without sales tax. Okay. Next one, D, sales of water delivered by pipeline or truck. Okay, there's definitely a discussion here. Water is not sales taxable here in the state of Wyoming in most cases. So your water bill, you're not going to find sales tax on that. Okay, and then if water is delivered by pipeline or truck, and again, that language, think about some of the uses for those, not sales taxable here in Wyoming. Water has an imposition statute. We consider it tangible personal property, but the legislature has exempted it if it's delivered by pipeline or truck. Okay. Next one, sales of food for domestic home consumption. So in Senator McEwen's, it's really a good question. In general, though, most items at a grocery store are not sales taxable. But if I go to a restaurant, like the restaurant's been going to over the past few days, generally charging me sales tax on those items. Again, in general, and we can really get it into the weeds here, but it's really not the time for that, but we'll certainly revisit it. Things at a grocery store, food, not sales taxable in most cases. Restaurants, yes. And it's this distinction between, is it prepared food versus food I'm going to take home. Next one, purpose of exempting sales and services provided primarily to businesses. Following are exempt. Interstate or intrastate transportation of drilling rigs, okay, including the charges for the movement, to and from a well site, loading, unloading, assembly, and drilling of the drilling rig. So if you're going to be moving a drilling rig or setting it up, getting it ready to go, take it down, there is an exemption for that. And moving on to slide 15. A person regularly engaged in the business of making loans or a supervised financial institution that forecloses a lien or repossesses a vehicle not liable for the payment of sales tax. So you've kind of come into possession of this item. If you're a financial institution, there is an exemption there. The thought there, in general, when I'm having dialogue with folks around the state on this one is, okay, I'm going to resell it, or I'm going to have it sold, and then when the resident actually comes into the county treasurer's office, they're going to pay the sales tax on that motor vehicle. Just came into it because I had a lien on that property, and it now became mine to satisfy the debt on it. There's also similar language in another part of the statute, which adds insurance companies. So you've also got kind of a similar thing here. So if you've taken possession of a vehicle for a variety of reasons, insurance, tax liens, it's not sales taxable. The insurance provider, the company, financial institution doesn't have to pay sales tax on that. Okay, the next one, Section 8. This one does get into a lot of the sales tax exemptions that being discussed in a variety of committees in this interim. But for the purposes of sales and services and tangible personal property as an economic incentive, the following are exempt. Okay, the first one's kind of broken down into two parts. So we've got intrastate transportation of employees to and from work when paid or contracted by the employee or the employer. Really good examples here in our mineral industries where if they're going to help their employees get to work, to and from the mines, to and from the well sites, there is an exemption here for the cost of that. So I've contracted out to a third-party bus company or shuttle company or whatever it may be. There is an exemption there, because remember, we would normally have an imposition statute for intrastate transportation, but if the employee is providing that service to their employees to actually get to work, there is an exemption for that. There's also an intrastate exemption, freight and property, including oil and gas by pipeline. So the freight exemption, intrastate. This one's a very common one for businesses as well. So you've got to ship goods all over the place, right? And it could be Casper to Cheyenne, it could be Casper to Sheridan, all of these. If you're paying for freight, for the vast majority of cases, combined with intrastate and interstate, that freight is not going to be sales taxable. Okay, you're moving things. And again, it also doesn't fall into an imposition statute, repair, alteration, or improvement, because you're not really repairing, you're not altering, you're not improving tangible personal property, you're just moving it. Slide 16. Okay, this exemption, it's a big paragraph, but it's really not as big as you may think. So the sales and services of professional engineers, geologists, members of similar professions, including the sales price paid for services to real and tangible personal property, leading to building a location, drilling, and all activities related to well site work before the production casing is set. Okay, so again, and paraphrasing here, it does not apply to items, or it actually does apply to pretty much everything that is done to a well site before the production casing is set. And it's really not to get confused too. You can really do a lot of things at a well site sales tax exempt until oil is flowing. That's a way to think about it, but it also starts before then, technically per the statute. So you've got to have production casing in the ground before you can actually get oil flowing in most cases. But anything done before the oil starts flowing at a well site, there is an exemption here. Again, we're in the economic incentive exemptions.
Okay, we have a question, Mr. Co-Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Fanning. So this is really specific to oil and gas, but is mining left out purposely? I mean, a lot of this work can be done preparing for mining activities. Are we forgetting our mining friends here? Are they subject to, you know, all the engineering, geology, everything that goes into prepping a site for, say, uranium mining or rare earth mining or coal mining? Is that not exempt?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, I really want to give yes/no answers, but I can't on this one. So my sincere apologies. So work in the oil field is different per statute. Our imposition statute says there's sales tax due if you're working at a well site in certain phases. Okay. In the mining industry, there is no specific imposition statutes. Okay, so you've got a couple things here. So if you're going to be mining, we consider it, the Department of Revenue considers it work to real property, okay, which doesn't have an imposition statute anyway. Okay, so you're not charging sales tax on the vast majority of the mining that's going on. Plus, our services of professional engineers, geologists, and members of similar organizations already aren't sales taxable. So I think the answer is, I don't know if we're leaving out the mining industry. They just have different statutes on where their taxation is. A lot of the work done in preparation for the uranium mines that are coming, and the gold mines that are coming back to Wyoming, a lot of those industries aren't sales taxable for those services. They just pay sales tax on equipment and those purchases. Welcome. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, absolutely. Great question. Next one on slide 16, sales of school annuals. So again, we're still in the economic incentive exemption list. This one's in there. Sales of school yearbooks aren't sales taxable. Again, next one, moving on, sales of newspapers. Okay, no sales tax on newspaper. So I get my newspaper every morning. I'm still someone who gets it hard copy. I don't pay sales tax on that. Slide 17, next one. Sales of gases used in tertiary production. You do see this in the oil field because certain gases are pumped down the hole to increase flow, to help with drilling for a variety of reasons. So the gases used in those activities can be purchased without sales tax. Next one, sales of lodging services provided by a person known to the trade and public as a guide or outfitters. They are actually exempt on the local lodging option of that if they're going to be using temporary shelters. Okay, this is one, so again, so sales of lodging services, which are generally sales taxable, even temporary shelters, but if you're doing it as a guide, you are exempt from the local lodging portion of it. And so this one has definitely had some confusion over the past few years because we've had the statewide lodging assessment kind of start to filter in through each one of our counties. So you've got this 5% mandatory option where the state gets 3%, the locals still get their 2%, but then the locals can also have up to a 2% local option as well. Guides and outfitters for temporary sleeping accommodations don't have to pay if there is an additional local tax there. Okay. Next one, sales of farm implements. Okay, obviously tailored towards our ag industry, and then there's a definition. Farm implement means any tractor or machinery designed or adapted and used exclusively for ag operations, but it specifically excludes, okay, titled vehicles, snowmobiles, lawn tractors, ATVs, and then the repair or replacement parts. Definitely one we get a lot of questions on because the ag industry, they do use a lot of items for a variety of different purposes. And we generally ask, okay, is it used specifically for, and is it designed or adapted and used exclusively for ag operations? And then when we have someone that comes and asks a really good question, hey, I just bought a lawn tractor or an ATV, I'm going to use that in the ag industry, is that sales tax exempt? And then we just point them to the statute and says, sorry, unfortunately, our statute specifically excludes those items. So.
Mr. Co-Chair, question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Going back to use tax, does this cover use tax as well? So if you buy the equipment in Nebraska or Montana, but use it in Wyoming, are you exempt from the use tax since it's exempt from sales tax?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, yes. Yep, if I were in the ag industry, I purchased a tractor used exclusively in the ag industry from Nebraska or even Montana is probably a better example, no sales tax. I bring it here. I have an exemption to sales tax. I also have an exemption for use tax. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Slide 18. So the sale of aircraft repair, remodeling, or maintenance services at an FAA certified repair station. Okay, so if I'm going to have my airplane worked on at an FAA facility, there is a sales tax exemption on that item. So remember, generally, any repair, alteration, or improvement of tangible personal property, sales taxable. Here, if I'm working at an airplane at an FAA facility, there is a sales tax exemption there. Next one, M, sales of goods or services made for the purpose of fundraising money or charges for any admission to any amusement, entertainment, recreation, or athletic game for a K-12 event. So this is generally one, if you go and watch, you're going to go watch your local high school compete in football or basketball, or you're going to go to another event where there's an admission charge. K-12, not sales taxable. Public K-12, not sales taxable. We do have an imposition statute for any admission charges if you're going to go watch a movie or you're going to go to a UW sporting event. You're charged sales tax on that. It's different though if you're going to go to a K-12 sporting event or any other. There's more events other than just sporting events. That's just my nature. But there are other events that also happen in the K-12 arena where you don't pay sales tax on entry to those events. Next one, manufacturing exemption. So up until December 31st, 2027, there is an exemption for the sale or lease of machinery used in the state directly and predominantly in manufacturing. So as you can see, this is one that House Bill 197 did update the language. These two qualifiers, we had received so many questions all throughout the years on what these qualifiers mean. So the first one is clearly something in the manufacturing sector. That first qualifier, we already have much of that language in statute. We have a definition of manufacturing, we have a definition of directly and predominantly in manufacturing, plus the way this statute read was classified by the department under a certain NAICS code. The Department of Revenue, we do our absolute best to classify you based on a one-sentence paragraph on your sales tax application. And so we didn't want to misqualify you either way. And so that was a discussion that we had months ago, or going back to last interim. It was tough for the department because we didn't want to classify you wrong. And all the information on your sales tax application is voluntarily reported to us, and we didn't want to exclude specific people just based upon how we had categorized you in our system. And then the second part here does not include non-capitalized machinery except machinery expensed in accordance with Section 179 of the Internal Revenue Code. Okay, I got to read that again. And so that was what a lot of our taxpayers did because it was confusing. And this statute had tied an exemption to what was happening in federal statutes and the IRS. And so this is generally one, if it's not capitalized machinery, it's generally meant to be a longer lasting item. And there's nuances there without a doubt, but this one was to clarify it so that by removing that other qualifier, it says, hey, if you're using something in manufacturing and you're making a new product from raw material to inventory, you get an exemption for that, let alone tying it to something the department has done in our system and then what was done at the federal level with the internal, with the IRS code.
Mr. Chairman?
I have a question.
Yeah. Could you give us an example, a real-world example of what this machinery would be used for in Wyoming? Like what, obviously there was a reason somebody brought this and passed the bill for this. What was it for? Do you know specifically?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, I'm just one piece of this puzzle because there will be other people in the audience that can speak to it. So in general, that manufacturing code is very expansive already. And so a real world example is if you're going to build anything or you are going to use equipment, say at a Trona processing facility, if you are going to use any piece of equipment to build something else, there is a sales tax exemption afforded to you. Going back to when this exemption came on the books, it was trying to narrow it to these specific NAICS codes. And the department tried our best to categorize each individual or each company in the correct NAICS codes. This one, because we already have a definition of predominantly in manufacturing in our statutes, that's exactly what these sectors already did. 31 through 33. So it was just clarifying that for our vendors in statute, when in reality, it was just causing more confusion for them. Yep. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So on slide 19, the sale or lease of any aircraft used in FAA commercial operation. So it very similar, but a little bit different than the repairs done at an FAA station. So this one, if you're going to use an aircraft for commercial operation, a lot of the aircraft maintenance, repair, the items used for it, purchased without sales tax. So the first one was you had an exemption if there was work done in an FAA facility. This exemption is for if you're doing work done to an aircraft that is in commercial aviation. There's an exemption there. Second one on page or slide 19, the sale or equipment used to construct a new coal gasification or similar facility. This is one, to the department's knowledge, has not been used yet in Wyoming. Again, that's to the department's knowledge. Let's see, and it would also apply to, correct me, sorry, it shall not apply to other tools and equipment used in the construction of the facility. It's just for the sale of equipment used to construct it. It doesn't apply to some of the other tools that would be necessary for it. Again, the department doesn't have a lot of experience with this particular exemption. Slide 20. This one's our data center exemption. And in the statute book, in the green book, it does cover a couple different pages, but there are definitely some strings attached if you want to take advantage of our data center exemption. Again, there's a handful plus of these around the state, although it's growing every single year. But essentially, for data centers, if you've made specific investments in the state of Wyoming and you've met guidelines put out there by the Wyoming Business Council, if you meet all that criteria, then you get an exemption on the price paid for all of your computer equipment, servers, monitors, keyboards, storage devices, and you also get an exemption for the purchase of the power supplies, backup supplies, power generators, moving on. So data centers, again, and we had discussion about these a little bit yesterday on the property tax side. So property tax, again, not my purview, but paying property tax. On the sales tax side, there are a variety of exemptions available for data centers for the computer equipment and the power supplies. But to our knowledge, they pay sales tax on their electricity. Again, that very, very far-reaching exemption here. I try and think about what would not be covered under this exemption for data centers. And it's just an observation, not a statement either way, but sales of power for it and maybe some other miscellaneous supplies used in that arena or materials used in that arena. So, but in order to take that exemption, they do have to meet a variety of criteria outlined in our statutes. Okay. Slide 21. Sales of and retail commissions on lottery tickets or equipment used to operate a lottery. Pretty self-explanatory there. Fairly new. Lottery still fairly new in the state of Wyoming, but the sales, so if I buy a lottery ticket, it's not sales taxable, and then the vendor actually, or the gas station or convenience store or retailer, whoever it is, they don't have to pay sales tax on those equipment used to operate the lottery. Next one, sales of equipment to a telecom service provider, video programming service provider, or provider of internet access to an unserved area. Important to note, this one is sunsetting here in a few months. So this is an exemption that will sunset unless there's other actions by the legislature coming up here in a few months. For the purposes, so the next subsection on slide 21, for the purposes of avoiding the application of sales tax more than once on the same article of tangible personal property for the same taxpayer. So again, another trend here, the state of Wyoming does make it apparent in our statutes trying to prevent, as much as possible, pyramiding of those sales taxes. This is one where the trade-in value of tangible personal property is excluded from the sales price of new tangible personal property when everything occurs in one transaction. The best example I always give for this one is motor vehicles. Okay, so you go into the dealership, you want to buy a brand new truck, you want to trade in your old one. the netted difference is subject to the sales tax. That is primarily what this exemption is doing. The net difference is subject to the sales tax here. There are other examples that I could think of, but that's the best one where you pay sales tax on that net difference. Slide 22. The sales price paid for a motor vehicle and associated items if the vehicle is purchased by a non-Wyoming resident and then it's removed from the state of Wyoming within 30 days of purchase. And then you've also got to declare that you're leaving the state as well. So many states have this type of exemption where you don't pay sales tax there because motor vehicles are a little bit different in our statutes. In most states, you're going to the county to register it, get your title, pay your sales tax. Wyoming says, hey, if you're going to leave our state, you don't have to pay sales tax on that. Okay, last but certainly not least of our exemptions here is the sales of lodging services offered by any county fair board during a county fair or other board authorized events. So I remember this one. It was a court case. And so based on the decision of that court case, that's where this statute came from. Very, very narrow, obviously. But that court case is out there. I can get you the official name when we get done with this. So that's the end of our exemption statutes here. And generally, again, corresponding statutes found in our use tax area as well. So any kind of general questions from the committee on our, my presentation still has a few more slides, but these are just the exemption portion of it.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Back to the beginning, if you will. We talked about Alaska and how they had only one exemption. It was for leased tangible personal property. And that, I totally understand that, but what about the lease of real property? I assume that that is not included in any kind of sales tax. And is that an accurate assumption?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Baer, yes, it is. We don't charge sales tax on rental of real property outside of lodging services at a hotel. Yep, correct. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Now on to slide 23. Just wanted to show you a copy of our sales tax return. And I think this is important. The next slide I have also an example of the South Dakota sales tax return. And I've highlighted 3 lines there for you. So when a vendor reports to us, they've got a gross sales line item, and then they've got a total deductions line item, and then they've got a net taxable sales. Okay, so what did you sell? And what did you not charge sales tax on nets to the difference that you should have collected sales tax. The reason I bring this up, and again, if you, Eve, if you want to go to slide 24, is because Wyoming is also very similar with South Dakota, where, and many states do not require you to break out the exemptions that you've received from purchasers. And I thought that was very applicable to this discussion, because as we get into our coming slides here, I'm going to start getting questions on, well, how much does this cost the state of Wyoming? Or, and I don't want to use that word because it costs, some people, it's not a cost, and I completely get that. But most states, now there are some that require you, you would hear from our businesses that that would certainly be a big burden. And coming from someone who has reviewed hundreds of businesses here in the state of Wyoming, it would be hard to try and break out which exemptions your customers used. Okay, it certainly would. But most states do not require you to do that. So the Department of Revenue gets this one big aggregate figure for your business, and then we can aggregate it up each month to see how many things that were taxable, but you didn't charge sales tax on. And again, product-based, use-based, entity-based. You've got those 3 reasons why you wouldn't charge sales tax. Most states don't require you to break that out. Certainly a burden on businesses. Okay. So then going on to slide 25, Next couple slides, do anticipate some questions here, but I did kind of want to lay out the groundwork. Director Henson just did an outstanding job yesterday of talking about, and Administrator Gill as well. You've got this data, what does it all mean? And so really, I want to outline and set the foundation for some of the upcoming slides on what does this kind of all mean. So with Wyoming's reported sales figures, so the figures on the coming slides do not include companies that don't have imposition statutes. So professional services, you're working on buildings, if you don't have an imposition statute, you do not have to license to collect tax and or report to the Wyoming Department of Revenue. Those figures are completely outside of what our vendors license, and then they've got to collect tax, and if they don't, there's an exemption certificate or another reason, okay? All companies report to us in good faith to the department. The department's only checks and balances, really, in most cases, are an audit done by the Department of Audit or some type of department review. Now, in Wyoming, we've got a unique scenario where the Department of Audit and the Department of Revenue are technically two separate agencies that are working with our sales tax here in Wyoming. What's really interesting is at the end of the day, the Department of Audit sends their findings to me, they end up on my desk and I sign them. Okay, so we've got this really unique relationship, but until a vendor goes through some sort of audit or department of review, all the figures that come into our system are not fact-checked. Remember, we've got these vendors, and the vast majority, without a doubt, operate in good faith. They just do. We all know that, right? We're all citizens of Wyoming. We do our best. All reported in good faith to the department. Now, if we go back to slide 23, Miss Eve. Okay, remember, we've got this line B, which is your total deductions, sales and services. And then we've got line C, which is your net taxable. Even if you go through an audit and the Department of Audit can verify what you didn't charge sales tax on, there's really no penalty for misreporting. If you misreport line C, yeah, right? The Department of Audit could charge you tax because you should have collected it. But for lines A and B, there is technically no penalty for misreporting. And again, the Department of Revenue is not going to know that unless you go through an audit. So you've got this situation where most companies, and they range from the smallest mom and pops just here down the street to the biggest companies in the world, they are going to focus when they report to you on their net taxable. That's what they got to send in tax to us. Some companies will not report their deductions to the state of Wyoming no matter how much we reach out to them and try. Ms. Eve, if you want to go back to slide 25, we've also got some companies that will also report company-wide sales or international-wide sales to the state of Wyoming. And what they'll do is they'll report their company-wide sales all throughout the entire country, deduct out everything that's not Wyoming, and still get to that net taxable figure, which in reality is the most important thing. That's what they're going to send tax dollars into us on. But you've got this distinction where there's no real penalty, the department doesn't know, and then it's the statute. The way the statute reads is you've got to submit a true return to the state of Wyoming. Okay, and what does that mean? And a true return means how much tax you owe the state of Wyoming or collected on its behalf. We did clarify in our rules, gosh, was that a year or two ago, to try and get this to be Wyoming sales, because that seems to be the intent. You submit a true return. What did you do in Wyoming? That's what we should really care about. But that message is still ongoing. We're still trying to work with our vendors based on that distinction. Okay? And it really goes into the next point on my slide. So companies reporting exports or items shipped outside Wyoming. So you've got a lot of companies here, and really in certain industries where you've got items and you're going to ship it elsewhere, right? And we know certain industries, the vast majority, if not all, but the vast majority of their sales are shipped outside Wyoming. Should that be reported to the state of Wyoming, Wyoming Department of Revenue, as a non-taxed or an exemption? Or is that just not a Wyoming sale? It's really a good question, because you've got companies, they're like, man, I don't want to tell the Department of Revenue I'm not collecting any tax, or I don't have any Wyoming sales, but I'm not going to collect tax on them because they're shipped outside of it. And so maybe that's just a conversation we can have going forward. But again, if you export something out of the state of Wyoming, you don't collect Wyoming sales tax. And that's really the moral of that story. The reporting function is something maybe the legislature wants to review going forward. And then, as I mentioned before, vendors don't have to separate each exemption when they're reporting. That can make it hard for the Department of Revenue to track these exemptions. And if you remember in House Bill 197 from, I guess, this year, where it gets rid of the exemption reporting requirement for the Department of Revenue. If you recall, the Department of Revenue tries every single year to survey certain industries that we had to in statute to see how much these exemptions were costing or benefiting Wyoming, and our response rates were just not very good. And we couldn't give this body good figures on how much was the true exemption cost or benefit to the state of Wyoming. So again, just these caveats as we get into these next slides. This is just the information in our system, but it's difficult to track. If you're a retailer, a big box retailer, you report one line item for what you didn't charge sales tax on. That could be food. That could be something you sold to a religious or charitable organization. It could technically be something that you've exported. It could technically be something that you sold to the state of Wyoming. And so you've got all these distinctions on, it's hard to track exemptions in a variety of industries. Okay, slide 26. Director Henson really gave a shout out to the legislature for some temp employees yesterday. I also want to give a shout out to Director Henson and our third-party IT contractor and the legislature for letting the Department of Revenue have an IT budget. These numbers that you have on slide 26 were not readily available a year ago. And so I came to Director Henson and said, hey, I've got an idea. I think we can query our data better and provide better figures to our legislature. And she said, if our IT contractor can do it, make it happen. And then the legislature for giving us IT funding so that we can provide better data to you. Can't thank you enough. Our IT contract really could not be done with a lot of the IT funding that the legislature. Again, truly thank you. So these sales figures, I took the last kind of available year that I had in our query data. So again, these figures have not been manipulated in any sort. They've just been added together. So as you can see, over the past year, our vendors reported to us $73 billion in sales, and then they exempted $52 billion, okay, leaving a net taxable of $20 billion. And so as you can see, so out of basically all of the items that were reported to the Department of Revenue, 72% were noted as exempt. And again, this figure does not include items that are not subject to sales tax or don't have an imposition statute, okay? Labor to real property, professional services. These are just the figures outlined to us. And then in the next slide, I'm gonna walk through some of these figures. 73 billion, and again, I put in our weighted average sales tax rate, and it was just totaled figures. The Department of Revenue, to my knowledge, has not been able to really provide this level of detail until really recently. But that's the amount of activity. If I took the reported taxable sales, again, it's a little bit different than our fiscal year, but it does equal out to 1-point-something billion, which is very close to the fiscal figure that I put in our annual report last year. Okay, so we're really got some consistency. I had an IT check work on this data, make sure I didn't get any errors. Again, just reported figures. Slide 27. When I looked at the top couple hundred companies that reported exemptions, these are the items that I saw in there with some knowledge here. Wholesale for resale. Without a doubt, the vast majority, I've already outlined it, the vast majority of businesses are going to use a wholesale for resale exemption. And it really gets into a bigger conversation. I had a lady, nice lady, call me, and she said that Wyoming has become the resale capital of the developed world. And I thought that was really intriguing because remember, we've got very taxpayer-friendly LLC laws, and now we've got online remote seller and marketplace facilitator language. And a lot of companies are coming to Wyoming, either physically or virtually in an office or via a registered agent. They're coming to Wyoming, they're licensing with us, they're using resale exemptions all over the world, not just in Wyoming. And then the Department of Revenue and other state agencies as well have compliance concerns or considerations. And this was also something that was outlined. It's not the first time I've had this discussion with the Joint Revenue Committee and House Bill 197, where we were trying to reduce Wyoming being the resale capital of the world. Because remember, resale means that there's no sales tax being collected and reported to your state, in most cases, okay? In most cases. And so House Bill 197 removed a voluntarily licensing requirement with us saying, hey, you can voluntarily license with us even if you're not in Wyoming or you don't have an economic nexus. And the intent there was to try and have our vendors who are licensed and going to report sales tax to us actually come into Wyoming and start collecting and reporting our Wyoming sales tax. Now, that doesn't solve everything though. Wyoming's part of the streamlined sales tax agreement, which says you can voluntarily licensing. So if you come to us directly, the state of Wyoming is going to say, hey, you don't need to license with us unless you're here in Wyoming or you meet our economic thresholds. But they can still go through the streamlined sales tax agreement. And then we're back in the same situation where we're navigating some of those wholesale for resale challenges. But even here in Wyoming, the majority of our businesses are going to use this wholesale for resale exemption, okay, to prevent the pyramiding of sales tax. And so that is the number one exemption that I saw when I looked at those figures back on slide 26. Okay, going below that, you've got the ingredient or component. Yes, sir. Yep, good question. A lot of them are retail. So a lot of them are going to be retailers who are selling so that you can put something on your shelves. So out of those top 100 companies that I looked at, and it was actually top 100, these top 8 ones were the ones that I noted that were without a doubt the reason why sales tax was not collected. And again, when I get onto some of my next slides, you'll see carving out some of the other exemptions is way more difficult, right? So, Mr. Chairman, I'm still on your question. The wholesale for resale and the ingredient or component exemption, they really go hand in hand. They really do, because you can purchase something for resale because it's going to be resold elsewhere, whether in another product or tax collected at retail. So if you have something in the oil industry, okay, all that oil that's pumped out of the state of Wyoming, okay, it's going to be resold to a refiner, it's going to be resold elsewhere, okay? That's another industry that, coupled the wholesale ingredient or component exemption, certainly plays a role in this. So you're going to see oil and gas companies in here as well, where they purchase something or they produce something wholesale for resale, and then it's sold elsewhere. No sales taxes collected per our statutes, and to create that, or to prevent that pyramiding of sales tax. So I hope that answers your question there. Okay, moving further down that list, sales of motor fuel. Okay, really, it's an exemption that if you think about, and a lot of businesses sell fuel, use fuel. You and I use fuel all the time. Just the impact, the cost, or on the other side, benefit, that is also one that was in those top 100 companies. And then you've got exported products outside Wyoming, okay? And again, generally in our mineral industries, there's a question on if they need to report that. Some people have hesitancy not reporting it, and I've outlined that as well. But wholesale for resale, motor fuel, exported products outside Wyoming, those are what you're going to see in the top 100 companies that are reporting untaxed sales to the Department of Revenue. Then you kind of get into another category where you've got fuel sold for manufacturing, processing, or ag, and then you've also got the food exemption in there as well. You've got prescriptions that come in play, and then you've got kind of work done at a well site before it starts producing. So these are kind of the top categories that when you look at the top 100 companies, that these are the exemptions that they're reporting. Okay, slide 28, Ms. Eve. So I've got some other kind of exemption notes, and I really have highlighted this. Outside of those ones where it is very clear you are selling something wholesale for resellers or it's an ingredient, the rest of these fiscal notes are a little harder to pinpoint. And so you've got kind of the ag exemption, the manufacturing exemption, water delivered by truck or pipeline, intrastate transportation, power and fuel, transporting tangible personal property by railroad or pipeline, data centers, aircraft repairs, trade-in value. These ones are really, they definitely have a material footprint, but they're really hard for the Department of Revenue to navigate. And so when I get fiscal notes for the legislative session and I see maybe a repeal or an expansion, or these ones are hard. And we can certainly do our best. I have access to the taxpayer returns, right? And I'm not looking at the name necessarily. I'm just trying to figure out a figure that I can provide the legislature with good numbers. But trade-in value, one, motor vehicles, our county treasurers, some of our biggest tax collectors here in the state of Wyoming. They just are. And Mr. Chairman, I do have that list of kind of our biggest industries here in the state of Wyoming. It's retail trade, the lodging industry, and then you get into power and fuel, because remember, electricity is one of the things that all of us here, unless we have exemption, are generally going to pay sales tax on every single month. When you start talking about kind of exemptions and the purchasing power and broadening sales tax base, which is coming on, and the sales tax rates, we've just heard, and I've done the analysis too, Wyoming has one of the lowest sales tax rates. But what does that equate to when you're actually purchasing out here every single day? We'd heard conversation that property tax was the most transparent tax. And in my little small sales tax world, I thought sales tax was the most transparent sales tax, because it generally has to be on every single invoice. It's on every single invoice. The little quirk there is you got to add up every single invoice throughout the year and see how much you paid. Right? It's on every single invoice. And I can show you my wallet full of receipts if you'd like to. However, I've got to add those up at the end of each year. And that's where that transparency piece is a little different. Yeah, I know how much I paid in property tax last year, but I've got to add up how much I paid in sales tax. So I completely understand that. And so, okay. So then slide 29, just kind of our final closing slides right here. Really got two avenues of my staff and Director Hansen's staff as well. So I've got employees who work in vendor operations. They're answering your vendors' questions in every single one of your area. They're helping them with payment plans. They're helping them get licensed. They're helping them file online electronically. Just an incredible group of individuals. Then I've also got a team of 5 tax experts who, they do a lot more, but really what they do is they answer, hey, is this sales taxable or not? And that really in itself is a full-time job. You can see we've got this unique mix of kind of few imposition statutes, and I say that in air quotes because we've just heard conversation, but we've got 12 to 14 imposition statutes, and then we've got 50+ exemptions to those, coupled with what we don't tax. And again, this is not some sort of statement or anything. It just creates challenges where I'm so thankful that I have a group of tax experts that can help us answer those questions on what's taxable or not. And then finally, last slide, if you need to contact me or Director Henson or any of my field offices, my field office here in Casper is right down the hall. And so we've got folks in all of your areas. They may not be in your exact town, but truly, certainly willing to help the vendors in your area make sure they're collecting and reporting the right amount of sales tax to the Wyoming Department of Revenue. Okay, and with that, Mr. Chairman, I stand for any questions.
Okay, thank you very much. Questions, Mr. Co-Chair?
Yeah, Mr. Fanning, has the Department of Revenue had a chance to estimate what the average Wyoming citizen pays a year in sales tax? Has that been done, or can it be done? I know it's tough to formulate those kind of numbers, but it'd be nice to have a ballpark, how much we pay in sales tax.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, yes. We have certainly done that analysis, and really for that nice little bill that we had last year with Mr. Chairman, trying to figure out how much sales tax a family or a person pays each year. In general, and the Wyoming Taxpayers Association has also tried to outline that as well, and they did a fantastic job. I helped them with some of that analysis on, hey, what's taxable or what's not taxable here in Wyoming. So in general, you're gonna see where someone's gonna pay between $1,000 and $2,000 a year in sales tax, okay? That's generally what you're gonna pay, but it really, really varies. If you buy a motor vehicle, that calculation's out the window. It just is. Because we all know the sales tax on a motor vehicle is that or more, depending on what you're going to buy. You have some taxpayers here in the state of Wyoming, they're going to pay very little, if any, sales tax. They eat at home every day. They don't go to movies. They don't smoke. And so then they're paying sales tax on their electricity bill and some of their consumable items at home, right? Or maybe you have Brett, who just traveled throughout the state, stayed in a couple hotels where I've paid sales tax, lodging tax. I haven't bought a motor vehicle this year, but I've got a little one, so I'm buying clothes, so it's really hard to guesstimate that. But we have tried, and the Wyoming Taxpayers Association, their cowboy family, has also done an outstanding job on trying to navigate this. I hear a lot, how much should someone pay in tax in Wyoming to get all the services? Out of all the taxes, property tax, sales tax, tobacco tax, fuel tax, what is that number? And I always tell them that's not my question to answer. That's the legislature's question. But again, it varies by each family. It varies where you live too, okay? Mr. Chairman here in Natrona County pays 5% sales tax. Mr. Co-Chairman and I, we have 6% sales tax. And then we've got other members down the rows that maybe are at 4, 5.25, 5.5. So it really varies, and it's hard to pinpoint that. And I always tell folks, it's up to the legislature to determine how much you should be paying in sales tax.
Quick question on, I always have constituents say, why don't we have a variable state tax rate? I mean, we have all our visitors, May through September primarily, 15% of that sales tax base, raise that during those, tourist months. Any other states do something like that? Thoughts on that?
Mr. Chairman, yep, outstanding question. So you've got a couple considerations here. There are states that will try and navigate that kind of as a supply and demand function. Here in the state of Wyoming, we've got the streamlined sales tax agreement, which we're part of. It wouldn't technically prohibit that. As long as we give our vendors certain notice to charge the rates, that is something that we could do as long as they are noticed appropriately. So here in the state of Wyoming, we're getting really close to our travel season. You got June, July, and August. I don't see anything that would be prohibitive in the streamline agreement that if you planned it correctly, that you could do that to try and capture those out-of-state visitors.
Okay, yeah, thank you. My question is, we went through 20-some slides of exemptions. How do we compare on our exemptions with other states? More or less? Do we have, I guess it seems like our whole exemption process is really confusing and very detailed and intricate. And are we, where do we land compared to other states?
Mr. Chairman, Senator Pappas, yes, outstanding question. It varies every state, so I don't have a good answer for you. But I've got a really interesting point that keeps coming up in the difference between sales tax and property tax. So here in the state of Wyoming, and we're going to get into this in South Dakota a little later, but here in the state of Wyoming, for sales tax, it is only taxable if there's an imposition statute, okay? In the state of South Dakota, it is taxable unless there's an exemption. So, and I've talked to my counterpart at the state of South Dakota, and they have a variety of exemptions on the books as well, okay? So it really varies upon the state on how your taxing structure is. So in Wyoming, we've got 12 to 14 imposition statutes, but 50 plus exemptions, but then we don't tax a lot of items. In the state of South Dakota, they've got a lot of the same taxable, tangible personal property that we do, but on their service side, everything is taxable unless there's an exemption. And Director Henson has really outlined this for me beautifully as well. That's kind of how Wyoming's property tax system works, right? Everything's taxable unless there's an exemption in certain cases. So it varies. I have seen states that have way more exemptions than Wyoming, without a doubt. But when I've gone through other states, and I've tried to do the surrounding, just like Mr. Tempty did a beautiful job as well, most states have dozens of exemptions on their books, but it depends on their taxation structure, because not all of them are like Wyoming.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Thank you, Mr. Fanning. Great information. I wanted to go back to the slides talking about the deductions, and wondered if of that 52 billion dollars in reported deductions, how much of that is represented from the wholesale for resale category? And can you tell us how many of those entities are in-state or out-of-state based? Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Storr, yes, I did that analysis. So the first 100 companies out of that 52 billion was about half of that. Okay, so out of, if you go to slide 27, you've got wholesale for resale, ingredient component, motor fuel, exports, power used in manufacturing, processing, food, prescriptions, production casing phase. That was about half of that 52 billion. Okay, and then further breaking down the wholesale for resale, yes, I can come up with that figure and reach back out with you. One of the things as well, let's see. If you go back to the slide 26 and you look at the December 2023 figure, you will notice that that figure is huge, right? We're generally in the $4 to $5 billion range. December, 20 billion. Your initial thought is, okay, Christmas season, right? But if you actually look at the amount of deductions, it's very comparable. You see a little bump up, but it's very comparable. This is that wholesale resale exemption in action, because the vast majority of folks, if you're not sending us tax dollars, are reporting to us on an annual basis because your filing frequency is based upon the amount of tax you send into us. That December, direct reflection of our voluntarily licensing vendors who don't send us any tax that are really using a wholesale for resale exemption.
I think the other part of her question was how many are out of state or this wholesale, this, using that wholesale to resale, I think was your other part of the question.
Mr. Chairman, representatives, my apologies. Let me do some more research on that one. My thought on this, because I'm looking at the list in my head, a lot of those companies are in state, right? And so they are sending things that are going to be processed further. They are going to be sending things that are exported. And so this wholesale for resale, a lot of these are going to be in-state companies that have nexus. It's the out-of-state companies and the registered agents that are really using this wholesale for resale exemption and not doing business in Wyoming or collecting our tax.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yeah, I think it would be great for the committee to look at this a little more closely and understand exactly how we differentiate between those two groups, and whether it would make sense to treat them differently or not in the future. Thanks.
And Mr. Co-Chair has a question.
Okay, before I ask my question, I would ask maybe for the committee to consider possibly having LSO research that issue, that very issue of the out-of-state with the registered agent wholesale for resale thing, because I think, I admit, 32 North Gould Street, Sheridan, Wyoming is in my district, and that's where all those registered agents occupy a tiny little building across from the post office, and I think that's a lot of our problem. I would love to do more research on that. Hopefully LSO research and analysis could provide us some information so we can make better decisions coming into the session, because that could possibly help you out as well, Mr. Fanning. So anyway, my question was, from where you sit, are there any low-hanging fruit? Is there any low-hanging fruit that we can take as far as streamlining this? I mean, at one of your first slides, you broke out entity-based and product-based exemptions. If we were going to look at cleaning up our exemption statutes, is there a chance we could just be more broad and group people together more clearly instead of having some, like the one example about, 4-H, so county fair, red and white chickens versus black and white chickens, those kind of things. Is there something we can do to broaden and consolidate these things into more meaningful, easier to administer exemptions if we're going to tackle this?
Mr. Fanning?
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Co-Chairman, yes, absolutely. So again, I'm going to preference this question is I'm not looking at taking away or giving you an exemption. So that's Department of Revenue's role. But as far as streamlining it, when I was training new auditors at the Department of Audit, one of the easiest things to start them out with was industries where everything is taxable or nothing is taxable. And so just having that thought process in your mind really streamlines it. So if you go somewhere, it's either all taxable or not, or that product is either all taxable or not. So as far as the low-hanging fruit, yes, there are several exemptions based on court cases and whatever reasons there are. But when you make it easier for the vendors and for the customers, you are really going to make it easier for higher sales tax collections as far as from a broad base. I mean, it really is. So that's just kind of my 2 cents there. The easier you make it, the more taxes that you collect, while it's just a compliance question at that point. The easier you make it. So yes, you can certainly piggyback a couple of these exemptions, clarify some of those items, and it's a conversation the Department of Revenue would be happy to help as far as clarifying it for vendors going forward.
Okay, I think we're going to take a short break. And folks, I think we can just keep on working and probably knock this out and not have a lunch or work into lunch and get everybody back on the road a little quicker. We just really have one more item on our agenda, but I think we'll take a 10-minute break or so and resume and keep on working. So, okay, thank you. And let me just, before we break, is there any public comment right now? Anybody in the room? Yeah, go ahead. My apologies. Come on up. Is there anybody online too? Yeah. Yeah, sorry. If anybody, public comment, we'd love to hear from you. Okay, good morning.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. I will try to be as brief as I can because I know I'm now between you and a break. So I'm Jody Levin. I'm here on behalf of the Trona industry. Mr. Detai would be with me, except he's testifying at the Regulatory Reduction Task Force meeting. But Mining Association and the Trona industry requested an interim study on the manufacturing sales tax exemption with the Minerals Committee. So I wanted to make this committee aware of that discussion. Why are we at the Minerals Committee with a sales tax exemption? 2 reasons. It's not just the Minerals Committee. It's the Minerals Business and Economic Development Committee. And the manufacturing sales tax exemption is one of the exemptions offered as an economic incentive. So it is slated to, as you just heard Mr. Fanning testify to, it's slated to sunset in 2027. It's one of the few exemptions that actually has a sunset on it. This exemption is incredibly important to the Trona industry. So we took it to that committee. Other committees like to have fun with taxes too, not just revenue. So we took it to that committee to help educate on how that exemption is benefiting the industry as an economic incentive. So in kind of full disclosure, wanted to make sure that you were aware that there is another committee having this exact same discussion on just kind of those tax exemptions that can be used as an economic incentive. The other reason is the committee often asks, what can they do to support the Trona industry? I think you all understand the Trona industry is an incredibly unique industry to Wyoming. Not just to Wyoming, but really to Southwest Wyoming and Sweetwater County. Those deposits are only located in roughly 700,000 acres. So it's a very unique asset to the state. How the industry uses that exemption, twofold. Most of it is on an annual basis. Those operations, right now we're talking about 4 companies, not the expansion projects. So those 4 companies employ 2,300 people. They put in somewhere between $25 and $35 million annually into their operations just to maintain those as world-class facilities because their competitors are all foreign competitors. So the benefit accrues to the industry. It's about $1 to $2 million per company every year that this exemption means to them. And again, that's just trying to keep those facilities to be state-of-the-art. Now, when you talk about expansion facilities, there's only been 1 expansion in 25 years, and that is Genesis Alkali has just about completed their Granger optimization project. It's one of the in situ projects. It's not one of the greenfield projects, so it's a little different than Pacific Soda and WeSoda that will be completely new operations. But that was a $380 million expansion. It took 7 years for the local leadership to convince the parent company and investors to give them the money to do that. It's going to, it increased their employment by 120 people. Average salary in the Trona industry is $100,000. So these are incredibly high-paying jobs. And that's a 40% increase in capacity for Genesis Alkali. Now, they tell me that was probably the exemption saved them about $10 million. It helped them get that project over the line with the investors. The state of Wyoming will recoup that kind of lost revenue basically within 2 years due to increased property tax, severance tax, and then of course, the the payroll benefits that accrue to those 120 employees. Expansion projects, it's a really big deal to the expansion projects, as you might guess. Those two projects, Pacific Soda is somewhere between a $5 and $6 billion project. At peak construction, 4,500 workers, 530 new full-time jobs, and they're looking at increasing their production by 6 million tons of soda ash. Project West, or We Soda, that's a $2.6 billion project. 1,300 construction workers at peak, 300 new full-time jobs, and 3 million tons of soda ash. So the industry right now produces about 15 million tons of soda ash. Those two projects alone will bring in another 9 million tons of soda ash. So the industry is really set to explode. Now, those projects are both in the permitting stage. Do they have a long way to go? They do, but they're progressing well. So the biggest threat to this industry, federal government. The Rock Springs BLM Resource Management Plan is an absolute threat to this industry. That's just the matter of it. Sage grouse, that's another threat to this industry. So anything that, what can the state of Wyoming do to help? Certainly the litigation, if we'll see what the final resource management plan looks like. That's one thing that the state can do, and the state's been incredibly supportive in that regard. The other thing is trying to help make these industries competitive globally. And really, there's not much you can do except for this sales and use tax exemption is one benefit to the industry. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Chairman.
thank you. Appreciate your testimony. Any other public comment? Anyone online?
We don't have anyone online, Mr. Chairman.
So we'll just take a short break and then resume the agenda. Okay, thank you. Okay, good morning. We'll get started again. And we have one more item on our agenda. And we're going to work through lunch and we'll finish up. Okay. We're going to turn this over to Mr. Tempty again, finish up, and then we'll get into committee directives and get everybody back on the road. Mr. Tempty, floor is yours.
Mr. Chairman, thank you again, Dean Temte with the Budget Fiscal Division of the Legislative Service Office. As you mentioned, this agenda item is broadening of sales tax. Part of the discussion that we've had already is sales tax not only includes the rate charged, but also the tax base it applies to. If you want to try to broaden a sales tax, that means one of two things, possibly a combination of those two things, either the imposition of sales tax on things that are not currently taxed, or the repeal of exemptions, the repeal of exemptions where items have already been identified as would be non-taxable, but making them taxable. And this idea, this is something that the state of Wyoming legislature has looked into certainly previously. I believe there was a bill during the 2019 session, which concept was it was a broadening and lowering of the sales tax, making more items taxable, and at the same time reducing the sales tax rate in an attempt to make it somewhat revenue neutral. There was actually a similar bill like that during the 2023 session, House Bill 72, entitled Sales Tax Revisions. That was sponsored by Representative Landon Brown, in which he was attempting to do something similar to that. In that one, he had identified specific exemptions for repeal as well as specific services to try to tax. That bill came before the Revenue Committee, and I believed it was the action of the committee during the session was to table that particular bill at that time. The analysis that I'm showing to you today looks pretty similar to that analysis that I did, and I don't want to neglect to give credit for this analysis also to Mr. Brett Fanning of the Department of Revenue. He and I definitely do these estimates together, and he's a great deal of help. As a matter of fact, he was a great deal of assistance in arriving at these estimates before you today as well. And House Bill 2023, House Bill 72, it was trying to identify specific exemptions to repeal. And actually, if you look at attachment A of the memo dated May 16th, entitled Broadening of Sales Tax, Repeal of Exemptions and Taxation of Services, if you turn to that attachment A, table 1, these are the exemptions listed here were the specific exemptions listed proposed for repeal in that particular legislation. As Mr. Fanning talked about, there are a whole lot more exemptions than these listed here. But these were just the ones that were proposed for that particular legislation. And you can see them listed there. It's the current livestock and feed exemption, the current food for domestic home consumption exemption. Those are all listed there, including the exemptions discussed by Mr. Fanning just previously, the manufacturing exemption, the data processing service centers exemption, and the broadband internet equipment exemption. I confess, I'm a little embarrassed. I did not notice that broadband internet equipment exemption was expiring on July 1. So if I would have remembered that, I would not have included it here in this estimate. The dollars raised from that particular, or the dollar estimate of the sales tax foregone from that particular exemption is not a particularly large dollar amount. It's $900,000 total. But I thought I would just mention that when actually you would not have to take any action on the broadband internet equipment exemption. It is expiring July 1. Table 2 is my analysis in response to a request that LSO staff received to what would the estimate look like if we began to tax certain exemptions or certain services in the state of Wyoming. As you recall from the previous discussion this morning and even before in talking about the sales tax base, the sales tax base currently is more a tax on goods than services, and that's been the way historically, not only in the state of Wyoming, but also across the country as well. Well, our economies have shifted from a goods-based economy to more of a service-based economy, and there is commentary out there in publications, including from Mr. Walzak, who testified yesterday, that states have not done a great job keeping up with that transition from a goods-based economy to a service-based economy, and what they've seen is a narrowing of their tax bases. And the recommendation, in theory, is for a consumption tax to be applicable to all goods and services consumed, but try not to tax anything twice. Try not to tax business inputs that will end up getting taxed further down the line. So with that, with this request to try to attempt to broaden the tax base, we looked to the east to the state of South Dakota. And I have to admit, I certainly cannot take credit for the idea of this analysis. I believe the credit for this idea actually belongs to Dan Noble. He was former director. He was actually the former excise tax administrator for the Department of Revenue. He later became director of the Department of Revenue, and I believe he was the one who initially prepared this analysis based on the state of South Dakota and the services taxed in South Dakota. You will remember from my discussion this morning that as far as sales tax breadth goes, South Dakota has a pretty broad sales tax, and you will also remember from the Federation of Tax Administrators data I shared with you, they tax a significant number of services, where other states at the most, I believe, if I'm remembering right, Wyoming taxes 60-something services, where South Dakota is taxing over 160 services. So a lot of this estimate and this analysis is based on those services that are currently taxable in the state of South Dakota. Now, this analysis is a little bit broader than the one I prepared for 2023 House Bill 72. As I'd mentioned, that bill attempted to identify specific services that are not currently taxable in the state of Wyoming and make them taxable. This particular analysis, the request was to pretty much try to tax the majority of services, if close to all services, with a few exceptions. The specific request was to leave out healthcare services, and it was also to leave out veterinary services, and it was also to leave out funeral home services as well. So the items that I selected that are currently taxable in South Dakota exclude those specific items, the healthcare, the veterinary services, and the funeral home services. This particular estimate is based on a specific report which is generated by the state of South Dakota. That report is based on their fiscal year 2023 sales taxes reported. It is based on the services, the taxable services that are actually currently taxed in the state of South Dakota. Those reported taxable sales in South Dakota are then adjusted or reduced based on the difference between the population in South Dakota and the population in Wyoming. Based on 2023 estimates, the population of Wyoming is roughly 63.5% of what the July 1, 2023 population of the state of South Dakota was. So therefore, the South Dakota taxable sales are multiplied by 63.5% to try to approximate what the Wyoming tax base may look like if those particular items were chosen to now be taxable services. I offer a word of caution. There are definitely, everyone is aware that there are differences in the economies between the state of Wyoming and the state of South Dakota. Wyoming is has considerable mineral wealth that has been talked about extensively during this meeting and in past meetings, where South Dakota does not have considerable mineral wealth that is taxable. So while we are somewhat comparable to South Dakota, certainly geographically, I mean, they're a neighboring state. We're somewhat similar to them population-wise as well. The economies certainly aren't identical by any means. So this estimate, I guess how I would put it is I'm confident of the accuracy of the estimate in total, but if you start pulling out specific line items in here, my confidence level would go down somewhat on how accurate the estimate may be. That was just kind of a caveat I wanted to give you on that. We, again, try to identify, and we set this up as well, and certainly part of this discussion, I'm sure you guys will have discussions on which one of these items you may not want to change. The committee needs to make a decision whether they want to begin to tax food for domestic home consumption again, or to leave that exemption alone, as well as the current exemptions for manufacturing, which was actually discussed during public comment, the data processing service center exemption, which was discussed by Mr. Fanning. So I try to catch most of the items that looked like they were service-related, not currently taxable in Wyoming, that could potentially be taxable in Wyoming. Part of this analysis also included, Mr. Fanning and I had extensive conversations because we do recognize and realize that there are some services taxable in Wyoming already. And he and I went through the specific South Dakota information to make sure to make sure that there's nothing included in this estimate that we're already taxing in the first place. It will not result in a revenue increase because it's already taxable. So this list, like I said, it's based on items not currently taxable in the state of Wyoming, either because of a lack of imposition or a current exemption, and also through the lens of making sure we're not including anything that we're already taxing. So the column in the middle of attachment A, population adjusted taxable sales, though that would be the dollar amounts, the expansion of the tax base, if you will. The total tax at 5.48%, that 5.48% is actually a calculation based on fiscal year 2023 Wyoming sales and use taxes, and also based on the sales tax rates, which will go into effect July 1, 2024. In other words, we took the taxes, the total taxes collected in 2023 by county, applying the anticipated rate coming up as of July 1, 2024, and coming up with a weighted average, which is that 5.48%. You will see in the third column from the right, total tax at 5.48%. If those exemptions currently listed were repealed, you would expect additional tax of $127 million. Moving down to Table 2 of Attachment A, if the state of Wyoming legislature decided to try to tax each one of those services listed, that estimate of the total tax is $141,950. And you can also see this is the current estimate of the split between the general fund distribution and the local share distribution. You will recall that the 4% state sales tax is distributed 69% to the general fund. There's 1% deducted from the remaining share for administration purposes, and the remainder is distributed to local governments. This calculation also includes the current optional sales taxes, which are currently in place in each one of the 23 counties. I believe there's only 2 counties right now that are not imposing a local sales tax. I believe that is, let's see, I believe Park County is one of them. I believe Sublette County is one of them. But all of the rest of them are imposing at least an additional 1%. There's certainly counties like Laramie County, which is imposing an additional 2%. So based on those current local options as well, the estimated split between those would be 51% to the general fund and 49% would be considered the local share. At this time, Mr. Chairman, I guess I would open it up for any questions you have in regard to this particular estimate and analysis.
Okay, very good. Appreciate your work. And we'll start down here with Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A question about this, and this is just, I'm learning. So in terms of these numbers, so this is just a quick calculation with using South Dakota as kind of a baseline for something for you to run up against. But would it be accurate to say that for each one of these, we would have to do a robust and detailed analysis of the consequences intended and unintended before the decision was made? And second question, the second part of that is how difficult is that to do on one of these industries, whether you say manufacturing machinery, for example, how hard is it to do some kind of analysis that says, gee, if we started taxing this is the let's say unintended consequences of how it would affect our competitiveness, for example, in the market. That's just probably one little tiny factor, but I'm just kind of curious how that all plays out, how you've ultimately, what you go through to finally make a decision on how you would approach that. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Representative Locke, I would say perhaps the first step would be perhaps an indicator from you as the Revenue Committee as far as the items that you would like us to look into. The kind of analysis you were talking about would be pretty extensive. So it would be a request from staff for you to specifically identify the ones you might be interested in. So we're not doing analysis on items that you really don't intend to try to start taxing anyway. But what you're talking about is a pretty extensive analysis, and it would take some time.
Senator McEwen, and then Senator I.
As I look at the analysis here, you opened up with the economies are quite a bit different. And as I look at this, it's all linear. So my question is, do we have any real confidence in the data? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator McEwen, as I said, taken as a whole, I have a reasonable amount of confidence of the amount taken in total. My confidence level goes down a little bit in regard when you're starting to pick on the specific items themselves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Temte, over the last couple of days, we've heard discussion about the data centers, and we're looking at numbers here that look like there's a lot of incentive for them. And I know that's kind of a new thing in Wyoming, at least to my recollection, to try to encourage these data centers to come here and set up. And then we hear testimony earlier today about the Trony industry, how big of a business that they have down there, and exemptions that could possibly go to the Trony industry that employs a lot of people. I don't know a lot of the facts about data centers. I mean, I know the oil and gas industry was talking about how they got preferential treatment on their property taxes, potentially. I mean, they were kind of wondering why they were getting commercial status versus industrial. Can you comment on the data center exemptions here? Is that something that is relatively new, and then we were using that to entice people to come to Wyoming, or what is the story on data centers? I'm just trying to learn a little more. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr. Temte.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Ide, I'm kind of glad you brought these up, because as Attachment A indicates, some of these estimates, particular the one about the manufacturing exemption, the one about the data center exemption, and the one about the broadband exemption, which is actually sunsetting July 1, are actually based not on South Dakota data, but based on reports generated by the Wyoming Department of Revenue that they provide to the Revenue Committee each year. The last set of those reports they provided to the Revenue Committee were dated November 1st, 2023. I will try to summarize these reports to the best I can. If you have more questions than that, I may turn to my good friend in the Excise Tax Division, Mr. Fanning, to perhaps add a little color to that. But these are reports that are actually required. They're surveys that I should be careful how I say this. They are surveys that were required in state statute. And actually, Mr. Fanning made reference to House Bill 197 this year, Sales Tax Administration revisions. The surveys required that were in statute for the manufacturing exemption, the data center exemption, and the broadband exemption were actually, those surveys were actually repealed in 2024 House Bill 197. So the state will, this report, November 1, 2023, I am assuming may be the last report you see from the Department of Revenue on this one. Mr. Fanning indicated yes, but these particular estimates were actually based on surveys provided by the data center companies, the manufacturing companies who qualify for the manufacturing exemption. As Mr. Fanning had said, this percentage of the surveys sent out, the percent of the surveys received to the total surveys sent out, it's not great. It's ballpark 50% for all three of these. So in these reports generated by the Department of Revenue, these specific reports identify a specific dollar amount of the taxable sales that were in fact not taxable because of the exemption. And then to try to accommodate for the low survey response, those estimates in these November 1 reports were multiplied by 2.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mr. Temte, I'm not a big expert on the direct distribution and all that, but didn't that come about when the exemption on food came into play? Is that what that's for, is to replace the supposed lost revenue to the locals on the sales tax exemption on food?
Mr. Chairman, it's fortunate for you that you're asking someone who's been here long enough that actually remembers this. So the direct distribution actually first took place during the 2004 budget session, which was really more of an offshoot of the de-earmarking analysis and the de-earmarking process that the legislature went through in the late 1990s and early 2000s. At that particular point in time, the revenue picture in Wyoming was not good. So there was a revenue and expenditure study, which was followed up by legislation, which it was called de-earmarking legislation. There was a point in time where severance taxes, and specifically certain percentages of severance taxes, like 1% of the 7% severance tax on coal, was specifically directed to the highway fund. And for example, another specific percent of the oil and gas severance tax got split to other accounts. The decision of the legislature at that time was that that is not a great way to distribute our revenues, and actually we're distributing our revenues and have very little, there's not very much we can do, or not a lot of revenues left for the legislature to with discretion choose to appropriate and expend. So that de-earmarking process changed those particular distributions to the current distributions that we have now. And the idea of the direct distributions that are currently taking place, and like I said, those started in the 2004 budget year, were more of an offshoot of, we realize that we may be reducing the revenue distributions to certain entities that may currently have been receiving or could receive additional funds if de-earmarking had not been done. So the legislature said, the notion was the legislature will begin to share the excess revenues it identifies, and it will share those through the direct distribution process. That started in 2004. The exemption on food, as I had mentioned earlier, it actually passed the legislature in during the 2006 budget session. It was the final Section 300 in the 2006 budget bill. And that is the particular legislation that began the food tax exemption, and then that food tax exemption was made permanent during the 2007 session. So to answer your the short answer to your question is no, the direct distribution was not in response to the food tax exemption. The direct distributions actually started first.
Okay, seeing no questions. Appreciate your presentation. Very good. Thank you so much. A lot of work. Okay. I'd like to, now we're just really on public comment, and then we'll go to directions to staff and adjourn the meeting. So any folks here would like to comment to the committee here? Come on up. Morning. Still morning, 5 till 12.
Well then, good morning, Mr. Chairman and committee. Apologies for my voice and my coughing. Kids like to share colds these days. David Bush, representing Black Hills Energy. And Senator, I had some questions about data centers. And it's come up quite a bit over the past few years. I think, as many of you know, data centers are a big deal in Cheyenne. We've got Microsoft there, a couple other expansions coming for them. There's GOAT Systems, another large data center coming in. Excuse me. News recently came out that Meta is looking at bringing a data center to Cheyenne, so there's a lot of activity down there. It's driven primarily by our local economic development group called Cheyenne Leads. They did a study working with the University of Wyoming a few years ago, 2021, and they have some information, and I can send this to the committee. It is a few years old, but it's really helpful information. So at that time, we had 4 data centers in Cheyenne, in Leeds Business Parks, 209 primary jobs at those data centers, $82 million annual contribution to the Wyoming gross domestic product, over $1.5 billion capital investment since opening, 148 additional jobs in support. Excuse me, I'm really sorry. And support occupations, $18.7 million sales tax paid on power, and $40.6 million property taxes paid since opening. So that was a few years ago with those 4 data centers in the Cheyenne Leeds Business Parks. With the expansion, you can see how those numbers are going to grow. Other questions have come up about what other states do. According to this document, there are 32 other states that offer some sort of a data center exemption. It's a really it's a really competitive market. There's a lot of people trying to get the data centers. Of course, for us, it seems really self-serving because we sell them electricity, so it's great for us as a company. But what is great for us as a company is great for the community as well, I think. Continuing to provide jobs, continuing to provide the opportunity for growth in Cheyenne and other places as well. Why haven't they come to other towns? I don't know. Cheyenne is, I guess, geographically blessed that way. But as our mayor pointed out a few years ago in testimony, we don't have coal mines, we don't have much oil and gas, we don't have some of the other amenities in other corners of the state, but we have been able to be a very attractive market for the data centers. So just wanted to share some of that information, and I know, again, it becomes a talking point and a discussion point for this committee and others. So sharing that information in hopes that we can continue to provide any help that you may need in making decisions on that. So that's all I got.
Okay, very good.
And I will send this to the committee as
Yeah,
well.
that'd be great. Any questions for Mr. Bush? Okay, all right, thank you.
Thank you
for
all.
your testimony. Okay, anyone else like to talk to the committee? Yeah, come on up. Good morning, still morning?
Good afternoon. Rosemary Saban, Oconto County resident. What I heard out of that gentleman is expanding a tax base to make up a difference for the loss of revenue, taxation. If you're going to impose taxes on agricultural services, agricultural production, I gave a testimony to the Public Service Commission, and it would be worth a listen. It was right here in this room. It was the first meeting that Rocky Mountain Power had, and I did my own comparisons talking to the neighbors on the price of electric and how it was going to impact them. So if you consider, we all require, there's 3 basic services or needs to life: food, water, and shelter. That's what we need. And so taxing farmers and ranchers on their equipment and their livestock and their feed and the food itself, manufacturing of the machinery. Farmers already spend an exorbitant amount in fuel, the electric, and that's still debating whether that's going to go up more. The land cost itself, fertilizer, again, then you got fuel to spread that. You got the equipment, you got the irrigation that you have to, pay for. And Wyoming, since Wyoming is largely comprised of mineral industry and agricultural, that I think that's going to be pretty detrimental on the state. So what I guess I'd like to know is, well, it seems like, it's what you're given with one hand, you're taking with the other. So why are we not discussing less spending and prudent spending of the tax dollars? As our representatives, as government, you're charged with the care of the people. And sometimes that just flat out means, no, that you can't fund everybody's want list. Here locally, we're subsidizing airports, and that's another thing. If so, you start impacting the farmers and ranchers, then that ultimately is going to lead to more subsidization to offset the cost of what they're spending. So it's not really a change. It's not cutting costs, but subsidizing airports, an overage on health departments, because I don't know, there wasn't logical, pragmatic thinking. That's what we elect you guys for, to consider what's going to happen. And there's people out here, and I wish they would come in, and I wish they would testify, because like I said yesterday, I'm out there, I'm talking to the people. There's people with a heck of a lot more knowledge than me. They're afraid to speak, but you guys you're not the end all. You got a population of people that you could get out and you guys could be talking to and you could understand, because I do not expect that all of you guys know everything. So that's a recommendation. Get out and talk to your people, the people that you represent, and not just those that, got the money and are providing more government. Thank you.
Just any question? Okay, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a comment, really. I just wanted to say that I appreciate you standing up on behalf of those people that you just mentioned and attending this meeting. And we do need more of that, and I appreciate your comments. Thank you.
Thank you kindly.
Any other questions? Yeah, and just so, and Ms. Swan, that we're not talking about raising any tax. We're just trying to learn about Wyoming's tax structure. That's what we've been doing the last couple of days. So nobody's proposing anything, but appreciate you and your comments. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other public comment? Okay. Senator Pappas? Or did? Go ahead.
I did want to just bring up one little topic and asked if I could ask Brett Fanning to please come forward. There's one little concern that I'd like to bring to the attention of the committee, And that is an issue that I think the Department of Revenue is having a little bit of difficulty. Hopefully he can, Brent could give us some insight, but as you recall, a few years ago, we worked on some legislation involving tobacco taxes. If you remember the premium cigar bill, we did, a lot of that bill went away. What was left was the ability for the local vendors to collect the tax at retail rather than the wholesale, which has been good for our local folks in the state. However, the issue has been, and I discussed this last night with a good friend of mine who owns the Casper Cigar Company here in Casper, and it's been an issue because we are taxing our local folks that are having to provide this tax that will be required. However, we've also asked for the online people that are being asked to provide this tax as well, so that we make it, apples to apples, so that the vendors who are providing these products via mail on the internet are taxed the same as our locals. Unfortunately, what I understand is the department has not been able to collect these taxes from these outside vendors. So it puts a big disadvantage on our local folks. And I just would like Brett to give us some thoughts and what he's experienced.
Mr. Fanning?
So, Mr. Chairman, Senator Pappas, again, Brett Fanning, Excise Tax Administrator, Wyoming Department of Revenue. I think Senator Pappas outlined that beautifully. I mean, that really is. So, Mr. Chairman, I believe that was Senate File 42. It's been a year or so ago now where we shifted that point of transaction and taxation for our local folks to when they sold it as opposed to when they purchased it. And as part of that guidance from this committee at the time was, hey, you better make sure that those online folks are also sending in those tax dollars so that our local folks aren't put at a disadvantage. And we're talking about 20% of the wholesale price here. And that adds up in a lot of circumstances. Right after that meeting, literally right after that meeting, I reached out and started working with these companies saying, hey, our statutes say that there is a licensing requirement. And we've received some pushback from those larger online tobacco retailers saying, hey, nah, we don't think you have the authority to make us license with us, let alone collect the tax. And so that's kind of where the Department of Revenue is at right now. You've really got two dueling conversations on this part. The first one is the Department of Revenue says, hey, we think there's the authority to license here. Maybe a few words here or there just codifies that in statute for you. You've also got another dueling argument from other parts of the tobacco world that say, no, you don't have any authority. We're going to help you write the statutes so that you do have authority. So really dueling points on dueling arguments on this. But per directive that we received from this legislative committee, the Department of Revenue is trying everything that we can statutorily to get these companies sending us tobacco tax. It's really nicotine products, but tobacco tax on these items so that the local tobacco retailers in your areas are not at a disadvantage from online retailers who are not paying the same amount of tobacco tax. Shifting brains here. And with that, I'd stand for any questions.
I'll go with Senator Pappas and Senator McKeon. Go ahead.
So the issue is pretty big when I talk to the retailers in Wyoming because of the way we've structured the tax. We tried to get rid of it last time. It's the only product that is taxed based on its quality. So if you look at a pack of cigarettes, you could have an inferior pack or a premium pack of cigarettes. It's still 60 cents a pack, right? It's on quantity. Same way with snuff. It's 60 cents an ounce, whether it's good stuff or bad stuff. And alcohol is pretty much the same. Good stuff, bad stuff. But in the selling cigar tobacco, it's based on 20% of the it is 20%, correct? 20%. So if a cigar store tries to sell a $40 stick, $40 stick, they have to put $8 of tax on that. If they sell a $1 stick, it's only 20 cents tax on it. So really, it's a quality tax, not a tax based on the unit, like we have for all the other taxes. Unfortunately, I would like to see us change that and go and put a per unit tax on it and make it simple for everybody, including the people who want to smoke a $40 cigar but have to pay 20% tax on it. That's above and beyond the sales tax, because there's sales tax on top of that. So already, if you're smoking a premium cigar, you're going to be paying more sales tax anyhow. So it already takes care of itself. But I really think that our folks are put at a big disadvantage when we can't get these online companies who actually provide, according to my sources, way more sales than our local people do. I don't know how many cigar vendors we have, premium cigar vendors we have in Wyoming. Not a whole lot, I would imagine, maybe a dozen. But there's a lot more online traffic, and so we're missing all that at the expense of hurting our local folks. Frankly, I would like to see this committee maybe go back and look at that issue and perhaps even just get rid of it and put a cap again on it. And that way we won't have to deal with fighting with the big manufacturers, and then let our local manufacturers not have the burden of paying that huge excise tax. Okay, thank you.
And on that, you, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Senator Pappas. So that three things that kind of popped up there. So the first one is doing a kind of per measurement type tax. I'd have to look at some other models in other states related to that one. So that's certainly something that I'm willing to do. The second portion was the taxation model in the tobacco world. A lot of states did not anticipate that there would be online sales. The Department of Revenue firmly believes that the state of Wyoming was proactive in this years and years ago, and there is a licensing requirement. Now, there's certainly a discussion on a few things here or there. Really, truly want to have that. And then the third portion is, yeah, we've got a handful, maybe more of these premium cigar outlets, but from the online perspective, you've got dozens of them that are selling into our state. Some have got a tobacco tax license with us, some haven't. Some have got a tobacco tax and a sales tax license with us, some have it, and then some have got neither. And I think a lot of folks in this committee and going forward would say that's not a win for Wyoming either. And so really a lot of discussion here, and it ties back to South Dakota versus Wayfair and the online industry as well, especially for the sales tax licensing component of that question. So the Department of Revenue certainly stands ready for those discussions if it's this committee's will.
Okay, thank you. Senator McCune.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a real quick question. I want to go back to the consumable food thing. That's kind of near and dear to my heart. When we got rid of that tax, did we shift the tax burden to other areas to maintain the same amount of revenue? Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Fanning?
Mr. Chairman, Senator McEwen, that's definitely a loaded question. Whenever there is an exemption given, the answer is yes, that burden shifts elsewhere if you do want to maintain the same level of services. If you don't want to maintain the same level of services, then something changes, something goes down.
Follow up, please, Mr. Chairman. So I understand that. I understand the math behind it. What I'm asking is, what did we do in 2006? Did we maintain the same number of services and shift the tax burden? Or did we lower the tax burden a little bit for our constituents? Does that make sense? Go ahead, Mr. Fanning. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Mr. Chairman, Senator McEwen, I'm not the best person to ask on that one. So I will defer to LSO on that, or maybe someone that was directly involved in the process at that time.
Okay. Yeah, and we just granted that exemption. Okay, anybody else want to? I think Representative Bear, and then I'll go to Senator French and work down this side. Go ahead, Representative Bear.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just I wanted to clarify something. The good senator next to me was talking about the premium cigars. And when we look at that tax that was being discussed, that is a tax, we call it a sin tax. It's really about the tobacco. So when we're talking about a sin tax on tobacco, we should be talking about nicotine. And I just want your clarification, sir. Premium cigars don't have any more nicotine in them than a cheap cigar, do they?
Mr. Chairman, Representative Bear, jogging my memory there. As far as the taxation purposes, they're treated no different. As far as the nicotine, your counterpart right next to you may be a better resource than I am. So,
Mr. Chairman? Yeah, I will state for the record that there's no difference in nicotine, but we are taxing at a higher rate on premium cigars. So I applaud my counterpart here, the senator, that suggests that we should lower that tax to make it equal for equal cigars, because it's the sin tax that we're trying to accomplish, and it's the nicotine that is a good measure of the sin in that. Thank you.
Okay, now to Senator French.
Thank you, Mr. Co-Chair. I'd just like to make a few comments on Table 1 there on, the effects of taxing farm implements. In my operation, I've got several implements that I can think of 3 right off the bat that were each $25,000, $30,000 cost that I use for 2 days. My big field ripper, I use it for two days. And then it sets and gathers rust for the rest of the year until the next spring. What I call a roller packer, roller harrow to kind of prep the field for seeding. Same thing, about the same cost. I use it for a couple days. Big planter I've got, same thing. I don't have a big modern swather that's $100,000 cost that they may use, they'll cut 75 acres in a day. Same type of thing. They may use it a little more depending on their acreage. But, to add that cost to a business that's got a pretty thin profit margin, and a lot of businesses do, but not a lot of them are dependent on what Mother Nature does. It's either too hot or too cold, too windy, too dry, too wet. You can just go on and on and on, which each time that happens, it takes money out of your operation, to where if you have a rough year, hailstorm, whatever, there's a million things, you may lose a lot of money, not just a little bit of money, hundreds of thousands of dollars. And then you work with your bank and try to regroup and go again. That's just the nature of that business. But I just think, it's pretty unique, those farm implements. They set there most of the year. So that's my comment.
Go ahead, Representative Northrup.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Mine's more directed towards committee directives, so I'll save it till then.
Okay, I think any more questions for Mr. Fanning? Why don't we just move into that then? Committee directives, why don't you start off?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to look at studying the de minimis tax at $50,000 increments up to $250,000, see what kind of effect that has on counties and also on businesses big and small.
Okay, so you're talking about personal property
Yep,
that we talked about yesterday.
minimis
So,
tax.
okay, so, and I think we've exhausted public comments, so we're going to talk now about just some requests for information from the Department of Revenue and our LSO staff, just really committee directives or requests for information. So I'm going to write this down too, and you're going to write, so you want personal property tax, what that looks like on various, I'm going to repeat what I think I heard, starting at like a 50,000 de minimis and then going 50,000 increments?
Correct, up to 250.
Up to 200, okay. Okay. 50. You want just kind of a, I think we're talking about a memo right now, just to kind of see what that looks like. You know, I was interested yesterday too, when we had testimony from the Petroleum Association, you know, those 350 companies that you talk about, small operators. I'm always just, you know, what level kind of, it's kind of the same thing on those homeowners exemptions. You know, we know $1 million does 97% of the residential accounts, $1 million exemption. You know, it'd be interesting to see what it takes to get to that 350 small operators. But, okay, so, okay, anybody else, committee directives or Representative Bear?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I would like to see us have our staff draft a bill to amend 39-11-105 and any related statutes. This is going back to House Bill 45, to provide counties and cities and other taxing political subdivisions with the option, in other words, the word may in this particular statute change, to provide a clawback to as far back as 2019 with flexibility to choose what clawback year. Now, this was recommended as a move forward by Assessor Meyer, and I think we should take action on that.
Okay. Okay, so you guys got that? Okay. Anyone else? Representative Locke.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and just kind of similar to that, the same thing, following up with the changes we made to House Bill 45, with House Bill 45 to that statute. I would like to add, and I know this has been discussed as in many different ways, but I would like to consider or have them draft a bill that would also add in other residential related structures similar to the way, so it's, we're applying the cap more consistently across all related structures in that. So I would like to have a draft that we can discuss based on that. Just let me elaborate just slightly. I don't think it's too confusing, but take, for example, the person who has detached garage as an example. I just want to make sure that that cap to both the living structure and the land also applies to that detached garage. So I would like to see that, do a bill draft for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd kind of like to, I guess, pile on that same issue that Representative Bear brought up, and then Mr. Locke on House Bill 45. I remember we fought pretty hard in the Senate to get 3%. I'd like to get that language back in there, the lesser of 3% or CPI. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm interested in levy limits after our discussion with Mr. Wolzak yesterday, and his presentation and knowledge in what sound tax policy is. Perhaps going that way instead of the assessment limits. So I don't know exactly how to do that. Perhaps a bill draft with inflation plus 3% with levy limits not based on the rate of, the assessment limits that we're currently doing.
Thanks. I have a process question because I think every committee does it differently. Do you need, if it's data request for LSO to do research, do you need a vote of the committee? But if it's a bill draft, do you need a majority vote of the committee?
We're gonna,
How are you planning on doing this? Mr.
Yeah, and
Chairman?
I think co-chair and I were just talking, we just want to kind of get everybody's requests for information / bill draft ideas out there now. So we're not going to take I don't think we know enough yet to vote up or down on these things. So we're not going to take a vote on any of these proposals. We just want ideas to churn out here a little bit. And the chairman and I can work with staff if we need to kind of focus these or combine them or those kind of things. Right? There's already been about 3 that you could probably combine here a little bit that I heard from the 3 different members. So that's the plan, Representative Zwanzer.
Sure.
Okay, Senator French, go ahead.
Yes, Mr. Co-Chair. I'd like to see just information, more information on what the effects would be if we made House Bill 3 permanent. That's for the senior citizens thing. Just more information, what the effects are each year, their best guesstimate on how many people would now qualify for it, and how many would be off of that bill, off of, going out, either selling their home or whatever. Thank you.
Very good. Okay, I'm going to keep working down this way now. Senator Pappas?
Okay, back to the tobacco issue. I would like to still resolve the issue for our local vendors, our local businesses in Wyoming. So I don't know whether that'd be it would have to eventually be a bill draft. I would have to work with Department of Revenue and with LSO. Don't know it would be exactly the same bill that we had a few years ago. It probably would be different. But to try to get the online vendors and the local vendors on the same page so that our local vendors are not hurt. So I would like that. I do have a question to chairs. If we're not going to be asking for any bill drafts now, is it going to be too late to ask for bill drafts on the next meeting? Because the third meeting is a one-day meeting, I understand. And so
Senator Pappas, I think we've just had several requests for bill ideas or bill drafts. So I think staff has got that duly noted. I think that's a couple sentence bill probably.
So we will be seeing
Yeah,
drafts next time.
I think we can
Okay.
work that.
I was afraid
That's not,
that,
I think, a real expensive time thing. It's not gonna be a 40-page bill. It's gonna take,
no, I'm talking about all of these bills we're
yeah,
talking about.
yeah. We've talked about 3 or 4,
Okay,
I think,
all
right
right.
now. So, yeah, we're good. I think we're
Okay,
good.
thank you.
Okay, I'm gonna go back here to my left, Representative Northrup, and then Representative Zwanitzer, and then I'm gonna come back. Did you just raise your hand? And Representative Storer, and then I'll come back. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'd like to go back to personal property and take a look at what would happen if we were to take an item and basically drop it off the rolls when it was at 20% of its acquisition value or somewhere in that area, 15. I mean, what would happen to the counties and as far as their funding goes? I know what had happened to us as people.
Along that same line, thank you, Mr. Chairman, on tangible personal property, I think the taxpayers brought up an idea where you shouldn't have your index be higher than the depreciation floor. And I think that just, kind of fundamentally makes sense. So whether that's a bill draft or information on what that number would be or how many would be affected. I'm not sure if I want a bill draft, but certainly some research on what that would equate to. And then also, while I have the mic, do we need to have House Bill 4, the governor couldn't line item veto all of that statute, but I do think it might be important for this committee to just have a cleanup bill at some point. And then question, is our November meeting after the constitutional amendment? Because I do think some of these issues interplay with whether or not that constitutional amendment passes or not. But it would be a good time to just have that entire section of House Bill 4 kind of ready to go, and some other bills, depending on how that vote goes, I think.
Okay, and before I move on, I think let's just real briefly talk, and the chairman and I have talked, but I think, we've set these committee meeting dates back in March or April, still in flux a little bit as we move forward. We've got this first one knocked out. We've actually got 3 more days approved by Management Council, give us 5. So the chairman and I will keep working on this. I know we had some July, September, but we might, just kind of seeing how this goes over the next few weeks, come out with a little different plan, maybe a later meeting after the election. That was just what you said, Representative Swanser. So, and working all that in so there's not conflicts is what we're obviously trying to do with that. So we'll all stay flexible on that part. So appreciate that. Okay, staff, you have that. I think Representative Storr was next, and then I'll turn over to my right and keep working this. Go ahead, Representative.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm just kind of adding on to what Representative Swanser said about, should the constitutional amendment from SJ3 pass, what kind of legislation we might want to touch on. Some of the ideas that Director Hinson noted regarding non-single-family home owner-occupied and how we want to treat them, as well as the multiple exemptions and whether we want to limit those as well for homeowners. So just kind of taking a look and seeing if we can clean up that as well. Thanks.
Sure. So we talked about House Bill, as far as cleanup language goes, House Bill 3, it was suggested we clean up the surviving spouse language there. We need to determine yes or no on if they can continue to claim that exemption. So that's something committee we need to discuss at our next meeting. We've talked about House Bill 4, the cleanup to take out the reference to 165%, but we didn't have a directive on whether or not, we have to decide whether it's going to be pro rata or on a first come, first served when he runs out. That needs to, Director Henson brought that to our attention. I would like to resurrect Senate File 54 as a bill draft. One thing we didn't talk about yet was, we talked about tangible personal property reform with trending, to stop trending when the asset has been fully depreciated. So let's take a look at that. I talked to Mr. Fanning about a bill to streamline and simplify the tax code on exemptions. He said that can be done between now and the next meeting, possibly have a bill draft ready for that. It's not going to change any exemptions, eliminate or increase any exemptions. It's going to take our tax code and probably take about 10 to 15 pages out of it and make it simpler, easier to read, much more enforceable, hopefully collect more taxes based on just the fact that it's simplified. So that's something we can do between now and then. I'll work with him on that. Last but not least, I think we've covered everything else except for the possibility of lowering the assessment rate on industrial from 11.5 to 9.5, either all at once or 1.5% increments over 4 years. Stay, kind of step it down so that everybody's at the same rate eventually. That's where we want to get. We talked about that yesterday with the mill levy basically going to Representative Oakley's point about the levy limits is where we want to be. And this helps us prep the battlefield to get there, so. And that's all I have, Mr. Chairman.
Okay, very good. I did have a note I wrote yesterday that you and Representative Storr, and I wrote behind it, out of state.
Oh, yeah.
And you, remind me what you two were.
No, from earlier, I think.
Or I thought it was yesterday, but maybe it was, maybe it was earlier. The wholesale for resale, out of state, yeah, that piece where okay, you got that, okay. Last thing I had that really was this imposition versus exceptions, and I think maybe the co-chair is talking about that same thing, or how we can simplify maybe. Okay, I think we're good, and we'll just keep working, and so we've got some homework to do. We got some time to do it. And anything else before the committee? Okay, so till we meet again, we are adjourned. Thank you all for your attendance.